Chapter 190. Everyone looked over and saw a luxuriously dressed young man. From his temperament one could tell that he was a noble. Beside him stood a housekeeper. Search, Theta. However, this kind of young man was nothing in the eyes of those princesses. Noble, have you never seen one before? That young man's lecherous gaze made everyone uncomfortable. Angel rolled her eyes. Who are you? Don't I know you? That young man smiled, his eyes shooting out a lustful light. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. Don't you know me now? Hee, my name is Audens. You can also call me young Master Audens. How should I address all these beauties? He looked at the girls. Each one was more beautiful than the other, especially that girl with long blue hair. She was like a beautiful and pure angel that could not be profaned. Everyone understood when they saw that guy's lecherous look. This guy was hitting on the beauties, especially that Cadena. She was a femme fatale, so it was not surprising that she attracted this kind of crazy flirting. Machlin's face darkened. He scolded, "Where did this bastard come from? Scram, this has nothing to do with you." When Audens heard this, he was unhappy. "Who are you? How dare you speak to this young master like this? You must be tired of living." Fail also jumped out. "Young Master Audens, do you want to kill this guy?" When Machlin heard this, he flew into a rage. "You old bastard, are you looking for death?" After he finished speaking, he didn't even bother to greet them. Instead, he threw a punch straight at Feller. Märklin attacked as soon as he said he would. He wanted to establish his might in front of the old man and the young man. He wanted to establish his heroic and invincible image so that he could gain more point. Fortunately, Hamelin reminded him. Ron knew that the housekeeper was actually a grand magus, but it was too late to stop him. The Audens still had a sneer on his face. Machlin's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, Fail's body emitted a biting cold aura. His eyes flashed, and he grabbed with his hand. A small water ball appeared out of thin air. Machlin's fist landed on the water ball, but it couldn't penetrate it. Not even a drop of water splashed out. Machlin was shocked. He wanted to pull his fist back, but he found that his fist was stuck in the water ball, and he couldn't move it no matter how hard he tried. Seeing this situation, he would be a fool if he still didn't understand. The other party's strength was far above his. He could only be a master-level expert or even higher. At this moment, Machlin's heart was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have stood out. "Go!" Fail chuckled. He stretched out his hand and the water ball flew out. Machlin's body involuntarily flew up and fell heavily to the ground. Machlin was defeated in an instant. The eyes of the Balrifax Academy's people were filled with shock. They didn't think that a housekeeper would have such strength. Only a master-level expert could defeat Machlin so easily. At this moment the Audens smiled. "Fail," this guy spoke rudely. "Teach him a lesson for me." "Yes, young master." Fail nodded. He didn't seem to chant an incantation, but 3 ice bullets flew towards Machlin. Machlin still hadn't recovered from his shock. He didn't have the consciousness to dodge. Just as the ice bullets were about to hit him, a black fog appeared in front of Machlin. It waved its arm, and several beams of white light appeared. Boom! 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 The ice bullets and the white light collided and turned into nothingness. This showed that this person had extremely high elemental control. The youth in the black robe slowly raised his black eyes and smiled. "Master Fail, is there a need to be so ruthless to deal with a senior professional?" The person who appeared in front of Machlin and blocked the attack for him was Ron. At this moment, he calmly stood in front of Fail. His eyes were filled with confidence. He had seen through Fail's strength. "Master." Apart from Ron, everyone was shocked. A person with this title was naturally a grand magus. Machlin couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. This unknown housekeeper was actually a master-level expert? A water grand magus was actually a housekeeper of a family? One could imagine how terrifying this family was. Mocklin knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Fail's eyes narrowed. He felt that this person who had seen through his true strength was strange. What was even stranger was that he couldn't see through the other's profession. This youth in the black robe looked like a magus, but it also didn't seem like one. He slowly opened his mouth. Interesting. You can see through my true strength. At this time, Ron's tone was cold. What do you two want? Auden's eyes swept over the beauties and stopped at Kadina's face. His eyes were full of naked desire. He smiled and said, Nothing, you 4 men can get lost. The women stay with this young master, ha. When these words came out, the faces of the Balarax Academy's people changed. The girls were angry. Angel scolded, Who do you think you are, a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Ha. I'm a toad? Audens laughed loudly. Suddenly, he stopped laughing. Fail, tell them who this young master is. Fail respectfully said, Young Master Audens is from the Chris family. His father is the Earth Sword Saint Chris. Chris? Everyone was shocked. This Chris was a newly risen expert of the sacred domain. He had reached the sacred domain in his 40s. He could be said to be a 1-in-a-million genius. Angel coldly snorted. And here I was wondering who you were. So you're the descendant of a sacred domain expert. When she said this, her tone softened. After all, the experts of the sacred domain were like a heavy stone in everyone's heart. They were almost invincible existences. That's right, Auden said proudly. He could not help but feel ashamed of using his father's influence. He chuckled and bowed. Beautiful ladies, I wonder if this Audens has the conditions to invite you to travel together. This young master is confident that he can protect your safety. Fail said indifferently, Ladies, I think you should obediently accompany young Master Audens here to train. He just said that if you are not willing to accompany him, he will go back. When these words came out, everyone was even more furious, especially when the other party's tone was filled with intimidation. The girls could not take this lying down, but they did not dare to do anything because of the other party's strength. Kadina coldly said, What if we say no? No? Fail raised his eyelids. He gently waved his hand, and several burly guards behind Audens surrounded the 10 people in the middle. He coldly said, Since you don't want to cooperate, then there's nothing more to say. Only then did everyone realize that the people wearing the guards' uniforms were actually masters. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In other words, any one of those guards could stand out and fight a group of people without blinking an eye. Now that they were surrounded, not to mention resisting, even escaping was a problem. Mocklin, Heifels, and Lonsim all lowered their heads, not daring to look at the eyes of those masters. The 5 girls' faces were full of fear. They realized the fate they might face in the future. This was a different plane world. Even if they cried for help, no one would pay attention to them. They regretted coming here. The atmosphere here was a little strange. Naturally, it attracted the attention of some passing mercenaries. However, when they saw those powerful masters, they all retreated. Auden's eyes narrowed into slits. He liked the feeling of having everything under control. Just when everyone lost the courage to resist, one person bravely stood out. Taking a deep breath, he held the bone staff in his hand. Black fog surrounded his body. His black eyes stared at everyone and said in an unquestionable tone, You guys go first. I'll cover you. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Ron with astonishment. Aurora said, Ron, you, powerful soul force with a hint of anger, coldness, and a trace of terror. This kind of power was different from any power in the world. It was neither magic nor battle chi, but it was equally powerful. Fail's eyes showed a dignified expression. He was experienced and knowledgeable, but he couldn't see where this terrifying power came from. However, he knew that this power wasn't simple. He asked in a deep voice, Who are you? What's your profession? Why is your power so strange yet so powerful? Ron proudly smiled. I'm a necromancer, Ron. Necromancer? Audens and the guards were shocked at first, but then they burst into laughter. Necromancer, this kid is actually a necromancer. So he's this kind of trash. Looking at his serious face, I thought he was a strong person. Who does he think he is? He actually dares to say that he's going to block us? Fail didn't laugh. On the contrary, his expression became even more serious. Necromancers might really be trash, but his action of blocking the ice bullets wasn't something a trash could do. Ron was furious, but it wasn't just Ron who was angry. Homelin in the Soul Ring was also angry. He was angry but also sad. Since when did the powerful and terrifying necromancy fall to the point of being laughed at by others? Ron's eyes were blood-red. He was determined to fight with his life. He wasn't willing to let his necromancy be humiliated by others. The small figure stood in front of the master-rank expert. His expression was filled with stubbornness. In an instant, Ron's image in the eyes of the girls became taller. Being brave and fierce wasn't manly. A true manly person was someone who could shoulder everything at a crucial moment. Ron at this moment possessed such a trait. His bravery made Mocklin and the rest who had their heads lowered pale in comparison. To become a strong person, one must first have the heart of a strong person. One must not bully the weak and be unyielding to the strong. This was the quality that a strong person should have. Just as Ron was about to fight with his life, Shea's eyes swept across a few familiar figures behind her. She couldn't believe her eyes at first, but then she revealed an expression of ecstasy. They were saved. Ya handwritten update station 56 stacks. Chapter 191. Mentor, Shea called out. She stretched out her fair arms and waved at the group not far away. Baidu search. The group in the distance were the mentors of the Balarax Academy. They all looked over, and a beautiful middle-aged woman couldn't hide her surprise. Hey, isn't that Shea? She was a jockey of the Balarax Academy, and Shea was her student. Shea, Kadena, and the champion of the Academy, Ron. Yes, it's them. But they seem to be in trouble. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes. Let's go and take a look. The mentors of the Academy were also here for the Black Crystal mission. They had all asked for leave, but they didn't expect to meet the students of the Balarax Academy here. As mentors, they couldn't just sit and watch. There were more than 20 mentors, 15 masters, 7 masters, honorary knights, Guangming priests, archers, great swordsmen, magisters, grand magisters, and so on. The lineup was extremely powerful. Seeing this, Ron was relieved. With the mentors here, this group of people wouldn't dare to mess around. Shea, what's going on? The 20 or so people slowly walked over. As soon as they saw Shea, they asked. Shea said, they. Shea pointed at Audens and the others, but didn't say anything. The beautiful woman understood. She looked at Audens and the others and snorted. Why are you bothering my students? And who are you? Audens didn't give the woman any face. Get out of my way. I'm not interested in such an old woman. After saying this, he looked at Kadena with a lecherous gaze. Bastard! The middle-aged woman was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. Her looks were not bad, but she was middle-aged and tended to be a little fat. However, she still couldn't be compared to Kadena. Steward Fail's expression was grave. As a Water Grand Magus, he could see that Audens wasn't sensible. This group of people wasn't to be trifled with. There were quite a few master-level experts. He quickly discovered a few Grand Magi and great Guangming priests. Magicians were the most common profession. Who are you, and why are you meddling in the affairs of the Chris family? The middle-aged woman sneered. What a joke. They are my students. Can't we do anything about it? Students? Fail's eyes flashed with astonishment. We are instructors from the Balarax Academy. The middle-aged woman directly revealed her identity, and at the same time, fiercely glared at the young Master Audens who had spoken such malicious words. When Audens heard this, he didn't take it seriously and continued to speak arrogantly. What Ballarak's Academy? What's so great about it? Let me tell you, my father is the Earth Sword Saint Chris. If you know what's good for you, scram. Earth Sword Saint Chris. The Ballarak's Academy's instructors were astonished. They didn't expect this arrogant and despotic youth to be the descendant of a powerhouse from the sacred domain. Normally, if someone with such a powerful background wanted to touch him, they would have to think twice. Moreover, this was the son of a powerhouse from the sacred domain. Audens wasn't the best at fighting. Instead, he used his father's name to suppress others. Chris was a newly promoted sword saint, and the Chris family had risen along with him. Every family was proud of having a sword saint, and their self-confidence was inflated to the extreme. Audens wasn't an exception. This was the typical attitude of a nouveau riche. Seeing everyone's astonished expression, Audens achieved his desired effect. Haha, are you afraid? What's that damn academy? If you can't afford to mess with it, then scram. Otherwise, this young master will get angry. At this moment, Fail was covered in cold sweat. They can afford to mess with it. Fail's face flashed with a hint of obscenity. With a bitter expression, he said, "The dean of the Ballarak's Academy is the world-renowned mage Saint Prats. Your father, he Fail's eyes kept darting around, but the meaning was clear. His father wasn't a match for this person. He grabbed Audens's sleeve and said, "Young Master Audens, don't say any more. Let's go." Audens was dumbfounded. He didn't expect his father's reputation to be so inferior. The middle-aged woman laughed. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the son of Sword Saint Chris. I'll detain you now. Let's see if your father dares to go to the Ballarak's Academy and ask for you." The middle-aged woman dared to detain Audens, but she didn't dare to kill him. Her meaning was clear. It was fine to make a powerhouse from the sacred domain bow his head, but it wasn't good to make enemies. "Sorry, haha. We have something to do. We'll leave first." Fail saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately wanted to retreat. He grabbed Audens and left, ignoring his struggles and cries. Audens came quickly and left quickly. Soon, there was no one left. "Teachers, thank you." Shea sincerely thanked the teachers from the Ballarak's Academy. They were not only the students' guides, but also their protectors. "If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't know what to do today." Kadena muttered, "These people are too much." The middle-aged woman glanced at Kadena. If it wasn't for her charming face, there wouldn't be so much trouble. However, she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she smiled and asked Shea, "Why are you here?" Shea explained her purpose. They weren't here to participate in the Dakura mission. They were here purely to pick up scraps and train themselves. The silver-haired Grand Magus said, "To be honest, you shouldn't have come for the Black Crystal mission." The silver-haired Grand Magus was telling the truth. With Shaya's strength, he would only be able to complete a mission on the Noah continent and hunt an alien beast. Doing missions in other planes would be akin to courting death. Most of the people who came here were either powerful desperados or people with backgrounds like Odin's. There was a lot of money to be made here, and it was fast. 10 days to half a month might be the annual income of other mercenary groups, but they still had to think about whether they would have the life to spend it. However, seeing that Shea and the others were insistent, the silver-haired Grand Magus didn't stop them. "It's good to have some experience. You will eventually walk the path of a powerhouse, but whether you can become one depends on how hard you train. I'll send you off for a while. Those guys might not give up yet," the silver-haired Grand Magus said slowly. Although his tone was indifferent, one could see that he cared about these students. Although he wasn't their mentor, he was still a member of the academy. The middle-aged woman said fiercely, "If they dare to follow, we'll kill them." If we really fight, we're not afraid of them. Besides, they won't dare to do anything to the Ballarak's academy. 15 master rank powerhouses and 7 master rank powerhouses. This kind of lineup filled the middle-aged woman's heart with confidence. Ron was very moved. The mentors of the academy were all good people. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, mentor." The silver-haired Grand Magus looked at Ron and smiled. "You must be Ron. I've seen your necromancy magic. It's very powerful. There's a reason why necromancy magic was so popular 100,000 years ago. Good luck." A simple sentence warmed Ron's heart. The mentors of the Ballarak's academy quickly led Ron and the others away. On the way, they paid attention to whether or not the descendant of sacred swordsman Chris had followed them. In the end, they were very relieved. Faced with such a powerful group of mentors, they gave up on the idea of following them. This foreign plane was very strange. It was as if it had gone through a war. There were broken walls everywhere. Due to the erosion of time, many places had traces of weathering. Only an ancient wall would appear from time to show that this was once a bustling city. Everyone had a huge question mark in their hearts. Just what kind of place was this? When they arrived at a safe place, the silver-haired Grand Magus said, "All right, we'll split up here." Ron and the others looked at each other, thinking that they would only be a burden if they followed these mentors. What they wanted to do was different from what they wanted to do. They were here for Dakura's horn, while their goal was to pick up the scraps. "Yes, mentor." Everyone bowed deeply, showing their gratitude to the mentor for taking care of them along the way. The middle-aged woman looked at her student Shea with concern and nodded. "Be careful." Shea smiled. "Yes, mentor." Seeing the figures of the mentors slowly disappear into the darkness, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. When would they be able to have such strength? At this time, Mocklin said in a deep voice, "All right, now that we're safe, I think we should continue discussing the previous question. Who will be the leader?" Kadena rolled her eyes. "Didn't we vote democratically? Apart from you, all of us agreed that Ron is qualified to be our leader." Mocklin's gaze swept past Ron, and coincidentally, Ron's gaze swept over as well. Mocklin's heart trembled, but he still frowned and asked, "Ron, you have to think carefully. It's not that easy to be the leader. If you're not careful, the entire team might fall into eternal damnation." Ron's gaze slowly swept across everyone, and he said loudly, "To be honest, I don't know if I have the ability to be a good leader, but since everyone has chosen me, it means that everyone trusts me. I don't dare to say if I have the ability to defeat a strong enemy, but I can guarantee one thing. When danger comes, I won't abandon everyone and run away." Ron's words were powerful, and his eyes shone with strong confidence. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Clap, 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 someone started clapping. First, it was Aurora, then Manny, one after another. Kadena shouted, "Ron, good job. Ron, you can do it." Mocklin's face sank completely. He thought fiercely, "Humph, you can be proud now. Later, when the exotic beasts or other strong enemies come, you'll know that not every occupation is suitable to be a leader. Without a strong defense, you're just looking for death." Ron smiled and waved his hand. He put down his hand and turned his gaze to Shea, asking, "Shea, where should we go now?" Handwritten update station 56 stacks. Chapter 192. Shea thought for a moment. "We don't have any fixed targets. Generally speaking, there are more exotic beasts in other planes. We can earn quite a lot just by hunting exotic beasts." Ron nodded. "All right, let's go hunt exotic beasts." Speaking of hunting, Ron was no stranger to it. He made a living by hunting in the dark forest. He had his own way of hunting exotic beasts. Ron closed his eyes for a long time before opening them and saying, "There's a rank 6 exotic beast, white brow tiger, about 2 kilometers ahead." "No way, how did you know?" Kadena's eyes were wide open. Her face was filled with disbelief. Mocklin sneered, Keep bragging, Ron. Look carefully. There's a large forest in front of us. There's nothing there. What white-brow tiger? Do you think your vision can penetrate it? Everyone looked ahead. Indeed, the dense forest blocked their line of sight. They couldn't see what was ahead at all. I believe in Ron. If he says there's something, then there's definitely something. Aurora stood on his side firmly. At this moment, Ron frowned. It seems like that white-brow tiger smelled us. It's charging over. Quick, everyone get ready for battle, Ron ordered calmly. He took out the dark gold bone staff from his spatial bag. Except for Aurora, who obeyed the order and took out a weapon from the space bag, everyone stood there in a daze. Shia said, Ron, do you have a fever? Where did this rank 6 white-brow tiger come from? Besides, how did you know? Kadena was also confused. Yeah, Ron. We haven't even seen the shadow of an exotic beast yet, and you're telling us to get ready for battle. Aren't you being a little too nervous? Tisk. Angel curled her lips in disdain. I knew you liked to brag. Where did this exotic beast come from? Hefel said, I believe in Ron. He won't say anything about this. He then took out his weapon, a dark gold-grade mace. Ron muttered and waved his bone staff, causing the ground to tremble as a large number of skeleton warriors got up. Ron opened his eyes and said in a low voice, It's here. Roar, following an earth-shattering roar, a 2-meter-tall, pitch-black tiger with eyes like copper bells appeared in everyone's line of sight. This strange beast's eyes were scarlet red, as if it had fallen into madness. It kept roaring as it approached. The most eye-catching thing was that this black tiger's forehead was snow-white. This was where the name white-brow tiger came from. No way, there really is one? Everyone's eyes were wide open. At this moment, a rank 6 white-browed tiger was standing in front of them, but they couldn't help but believe it. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Ron. A rank 6 exotic beast naturally wouldn't attract their attention. Everyone took out their weapons one after another. Kadena was surprised at first, but it soon turned into admiration. She asked with a smile, Ron, how did you know this guy was hiding in the forest? Let's deal with it first. We'll talk later, Ron said. He waved his bone staff and ordered the skeleton warriors to attack. At the same time, he held a bone spear in his hand and threw it out. Moclan's face was cold, but he was extremely sullen inside. He actually guessed correctly. Could it be that he had accidentally? Moclan wanted to rush forward and take advantage of the paladin's strong defense, but he was blocked by a group of skeletons ahead of him. The skeleton warriors were like a wall, surrounding the rank 6 white-browed tiger so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. The mages and archers in the back took advantage of this great opportunity to mercilessly bombard the white-browed tiger with spells. Kadena, Aurora, Angel, and Hera were all long-range attackers. At this moment, their spells and arrows were displayed to their greatest effect. They bombarded the white-browed tiger with spells, causing it to howl in pain. Ron was even more ruthless. He had summoned a group of skeleton mages at some point in time and was throwing spells at the white-browed tiger, as if they were free. Lonsim and Masoya stood quietly to the side, not participating in the battle. The only thing they needed to do was heal their injured teammates. The ones suffering the most were Moclan, Shea, Hefels, and Manny. As melee attackers, they couldn't intervene even if they wanted to. There was a group of skeletons in front of them, so they could only stand beside the mages and stare at each other. The white-browed tiger was a magical beast that had gone crazy. As soon as it arrived, it put its life on the line. Under the bombardment of spells, it didn't seem to feel any pain. It continued to roar and attack with its sharp teeth and long claws. From time to time, it would spit out powerful icicles. In the end, the rank 6 white-browed tiger was no match for the 8 advanced professionals. Finally, its injuries couldn't support its heavy body, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Phew, after the battle ended, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The madness of this exotic beast still left them with lingering fear. Even though they were prepared, they still spent so much effort to kill this rank 6 white-browed tiger. It could be seen how powerful it was. A rank 6 white-browed tiger was very valuable, not to mention the essence core in its head. Even its fur, flesh, bones, and organs could be sold for a good price. They had just arrived in another plane not long ago, and they already had a good start. Everyone was very happy, but they felt even more strange. How did Ron discover this rank 6 white-browed tiger? After the battle, Shea asked casually, "Ron, tell us honestly, how did you discover this fellow?" "Yeah, tell us." "Don't be so mysterious," Kadena, Angel, Hera, and the other girls clamored, looking like they wouldn't give up until they got what they wanted. Inquiring about Ron's secrets had become their favorite hobby. Ron's forehead was covered in cold sweat. These girls were too good at pestering people. Only Aurora was covering her mouth and laughing. "All right. You guys watch." Ron nodded. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and soon, a black dot appeared in the distance. The black dot grew bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer. Only then did everyone see clearly that the black dot was a bird. That bird circled around Ron's head a few times before landing in Ron's palm, flapping its wings continuously. This bird doesn't seem like a real bird." Kadena opened her beautiful eyes wide, looking at it with interest. Ron nodded, gently stroking the bird's lifelike feathers. "That's right, this is a scouting tool I summoned with my soul force. Its name is Crow, and it's my eyes. My soul force can connect to it in the sky, observing every movement on the ground." "Oh! So that's how it is." Everyone's eyes were filled with amazement and envy. With this kind of magic, nothing on the ground could escape Ron's eyes. He would be the first to know anything. "Necromancy magic is really amazing," Aurora said, looking at Ron with a smile. "Yeah," Kadena said with a smile. "Looks like choosing Ron as the team leader was the right choice." After saying that, she glanced at Mocklin proudly. Mocklin snorted coldly and turned his head away. He had to admit that with this scouting tool, they would have a great advantage in avoiding danger. If they encountered a weak exotic beast, they would kill it. If they encountered a strong one, they would quickly avoid it, ensuring the team's safety to the greatest extent. "That's great. With Ron's tool, our chances of survival in other planes have increased by a lot," Shea said, clapping her hands. "I don't need to fly in the sky to scout anymore." Ron smiled and raised his hand lightly. The crow flew up into the sky and pierced the clouds. "All right, let's continue on our way." With Ron's crow scouting in the sky, hunting became much easier. They had the advantage of being the first to discover and take action. In just half a day, they killed another 3 rank 5 exotic beasts and 8 rank 4 exotic beasts. Compared to the Noah continent, there were indeed a lot of exotic beasts here. Encountering 1 or 2 of them was an exception. Most of them moved in groups of 3 to 5. It wasn't strange to see a large group of exotic beasts of the same species gathering together. Ron's group had encountered a large group of rank 4 giant wild boars, and had no choice but to retreat. Such a large group of exotic beasts wasn't something they could handle with the few of them and their strength. Over the past few days, Ron's group had gained a lot. More than one spatial pouch was filled with the corpses of exotic beasts. Before they left, Shea's reminder to bring more spatial pouches was reasonable. They had also encountered other mercenary groups or clans hunting in this area. When they saw them from afar, Shea had asked Ron to avoid them. In this foreign world, humans were sometimes more dangerous than exotic beasts. Shea had stayed here for a period of time and witnessed the various evils between humans with her own eyes. The thoughts of humans were far more complicated than those of crazy exotic beasts. A few days passed very quickly. Ron's group arrived at an unfamiliar place. This place looked like an abandoned city. Traces of buildings could be vaguely seen among the broken brick pillars. The ground was covered in weeds, and in the sky, the fiery red sun was roasting the earth. Faint tremors could be heard from time to time. In the distance, volcanoes were erupting one after another. Large amounts of smoke and dust were spewing out from their craters, falling to the ground and turning into black fog, blocking their vision. "Let's rest here for a while." Ron found a leeward place and led everyone to sit down. Everyone sat in a circle. Some of them took out dry rations from their spatial pouches and drank a few mouthfuls of water. At this moment, Ron waved his arm. A few crows flew into the air and circled around to scout, paying attention to their surroundings. If they were ambushed by exotic beasts while eating, they would be in big trouble. "Our gains these past few days are really not bad," Shea said happily. "I've been a mercenary for so long, but I've never earned so much money in such a short time. Looks like the black crystal missions in other planes can really make people rich overnight." Hera drank a mouthful of water and put the water pouch back into her spatial pouch. She smiled and said, "That's because Ron has the scouting crows in the sky. Otherwise, do you think we'd be so successful?" Ron smiled and didn't reply. He sized up this abandoned city. "I'm really curious. What exactly is this place?" "It looks like someone used to live here," Shea smiled. "It looks like it, but who knows? The history of this place has already disappeared with the wind and time." "That's true. Why do we care so much? Hunting exotic beasts here is the right thing to do. We'll go back in the end anyway," Ron said with a smile. He took out a bottle of water and drank a mouthful. Suddenly, his expression changed. "Not good." Handwritten update station 56 stacks. Chapter 193. At that moment, Ron's heart was filled with horror. Through the crow's small eyes, he saw a terrifying scene. "What's this?" A huge black shadow quickly swept past, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. A thick claw quickly grabbed at the crow. With the crow's speed, it was impossible to dodge. Crack! The huge claw grabbed down, and the bird-sized crow was instantly crushed, turning into a cloud of black smoke and disappearing. And Ron's body was like a pornographic novel. As soon as he moved, his eyes became pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Ron was overwhelmed with shock. What kind of monster is this? What's with that terrifying aura? Ron's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. "Ron, what's wrong?" Aurora asked with concern. Ron suddenly stood up. "Not good. Let's hurry. Leave this place. What's wrong?" Kadena also stood up and asked. "Don't ask, hurry. It'll be too late if we're late," Ron hurriedly said to everyone as he quickly packed up the space bags that were thrown on the ground. Everyone looked at each other and chose to believe in Ron. They quickly stood up, packed up everything as fast as they could, and ran with Ron, quickly leaving the place. The monster in the sky roared angrily, as if it knew that it had been played. Just killing the scouting puppet was of no use. Ron led everyone to lie down on a pile of ruins, hiding behind a rock. He looked at the sky nervously and held his breath tightly. At that moment, a roar came from the sky. Immediately after, a huge black shadow broke through the clouds and quickly pounced on the ground. With a boom, a monster fell from the sky. The place where Ron was sitting and resting was already in a mess. The shattered ground spread out like a spider web. Everyone couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. If Ron hadn't brought them away from the place, just this alone would have taken everyone's lives. "Ron, this. Kadena was flabbergasted and speechless. Ron gritted his teeth. "It was this monster that destroyed my crow and followed its scent all the way here." The monster was emitting a terrifying aura. It was about 7 meters long and 4 meters tall. It was like a lion, with 4 strong claws, a long tail, and a body covered in hard fur. There were 2 intimidating horns on its head that were like sharp swords, and there was a pair of fleshy wings on its back that were constantly flapping up and down. He looked a little like Griffin, but was much more terrifying than Griffin. From afar, he looked like a flying lion. Dakura, Shea's voice was trembling, and her teeth were chattering non-stop. Her pretty face was filled with fear. This was the legendary 10th level exotic beast, Dakura. The two sharp horns on the head of this giant beast were the item of this black crystal mission, the horns of Dakura. Facing such a terrifying exotic beast, it was already very good to be able to stand in front of it without trembling, let alone complete the mission. Ron and the rest were intimidated by the 10th level Dakura's ferocious aura and couldn't even run away. Dakura kept growling in a low voice, sniffing the air with its huge nose. That little bird's appearance had violated its dignity, and the exotic beast's instinct told it to find the caster. Dakura took a step forward, and its ferocious aura spread in all directions. The 11 people hiding behind the rock broke out in cold sweat as Dakura got closer to them. Dakura sniffed to the east and to the west, slowly finding the right direction and approaching step by step. Ron was shocked. "Oh no, it's going to discover us." Shea gritted her teeth and said, Dakura's sense of smell is very strong. If this goes on, we'll be discovered sooner or later. Let's run, we can't escape." Ron shook his head. "Don't forget, this guy can fly, and it's very fast. We can't outrun it." "Then what do we do now?" Kadena said in a trembling voice. At this moment, she felt that death was so close to her. "There's no other way." Ron gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "I'll do my best to delay it, and then you guys run. Don't hesitate, run as fast as you can." "No!" Aurora grabbed Ron's sleeve, her eyes red. "I can't let you take the risk." She knew very well what it meant for Ron to stay. Facing a fierce level 10 exotic beast, Ron was like an ant in front of it, and would be easily squashed to death by Dakura. Ron said in a low voice, "This is better than all of us dying here. Even if I want to escape, I'm afraid I can." To be honest, Ron did not have much confidence in himself. He could only hope that Grandpa Homelin would be able to control his body and escape. However, Ron did not want Grandpa Homelin to worry about him until the very last moment. He knew that Grandpa Homelin's spiritual energy was very weak now. After every battle, his spiritual energy would be greatly depleted, and he would have to return to the crystal coffin to sleep again. Ugh! Kadena closed her eyes in despair and lay on the ground. "It's coming over, roar!" Dakura finally discovered Ron and the others, and it let out a deafening roar. At this moment, a commotion was heard from afar. "Dakura's here! Kill!" A mercenary group suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This mercenary group was extremely powerful. Not only were there masters, but there were also quite a few masters. They launched an attack on Dakura. Dakura's horn was just that maddening. A huge fireball instantly blasted Dakura's body, causing it to howl in pain. It abruptly turned around, its blood-red eyes fixed on the weak humans. To it, these humans were indeed too weak. Roar! Although Dakura was unconscious, it was incomparably furious. It spread its huge wings and flapped them, rising into the air. Following that, it opened its mouth and fired fireballs one after another. Boom! 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 Magic exploded in the mercenary group, and many of them were injured. At the same time, the mercenary group retaliated. The Grand Magi, Magisters, Archers, Shooters, and other ranged professions in the mercenary group began to display their prowess. Spells were released one after another, bombarding Dakura's body like raindrop. "We're finally saved." It was as if they had escaped the torment of death. In just a few short seconds, it was as if they had experienced life and death. At this moment, Ron's back was drenched in cold sweat, and he was panting heavily as he flipped over and lay on the ground. Everyone had a look of relief after escaping death. If not for the mercenary group's timely arrival, none of them would be alive now. Battle Bear Mercenary Group, all of you charge. War Bear was considered famous in the Noah continent. Apart from the lack of sacred domain powerhouses in their group, they had plenty of masters. Their leader was a master, a radiant knight. He was a bald man in his 40s. He held a scepter in his hand and shouted loudly, commanding the war bear to retaliate. At this moment, Dakura suddenly pounced and quickly closed the distance. Its huge claws stretched out, and a poor mage was instantly torn in half. Roar! At this moment, Dakura was completely enraged. It opened its mouth and picked up a swordsman. Its sharp teeth bit down, and the swordsman did not even have time to cry for help before half of his body was swallowed into its stomach. A swordsman, a master, could not even resist in front of a level 10 beast. The ferocity of the level 10 beast shocked everyone. Many of them showed extreme horror in their eyes. It was obvious that this beast was not so easy to deal with. The bald man saw that things were not going well. His expression was extremely ugly. The ranged professions were fine, but none of the melee professions could withstand a single attack from Dakura. If this continued, not to mention Dakura's horn, it was not impossible for the whole group to be wiped out. Who is the great Guangming priest? Bless me with divine protection. Bless me with haste. Heal me. The bald man gave a dozen orders in one breath. At this moment, the mercenaries buffed him one by one. His defense and attack power soared. The bald man took a deep breath and took out a bottle of wine from his space bag. He gulped down a few mouthfuls, then threw the bottle on the ground. Damn it, for 2 black crystal coins, I'll give it my all. After saying that, he let out a furious roar and raised his shield to charge at Dakura. Roar! Dakura let out a low growl and extended its huge, sharp claws to attack the bald man. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. A powerful force exploded at the point of contact. White flames spread out violently, and smoke and dust rose into the air. A burly figure appeared under Dakura's huge claws. The bald man gritted his teeth and resisted Dakura's huge front claws. Everyone in the mercenary group was stunned. Even Ron and the rest who were watching from afar were stunned. No one expected someone to be able to withstand this beast's attack. At this moment, a loud cheer came from the mercenary group. All hail the leader! Good job, leader! Leader is too awesome! He actually blocked Dakura. Praises were endless. The bald man cursed fiercely and said angrily, Damn it, why are you still shouting here? If you don't save me, I'm going to die. Only then did the mercenaries come to a realization. In an instant, rays of white light lit up on the bald man's body. The great Guangming priest's healing skills were terrifying, and the bald man's injuries were healed in an instant. The attack began once more. Beautiful spells blasted at Dakura. The warriors, knights, paladins, and other close-range professions pounced on Dakura, surrounding it and slashing at it. Dakura's body was covered in wounds one after another. This is really too powerful. The scene of the battle bear mercenary group encircling and killing the level 10 exotic beast shocked Ron and the others. What was bravery, what was cooperation, what was hunting? These were all very well interpreted by the battle bear mercenary group. No matter how powerful a level 10 beast was, it could not withstand such torment. Dakura howled and spat out a pillar of fire from its mouth. The raging flames engulfed the surroundings and continued to spread outwards. Quick! Quick, dodge! The bald man anxiously shouted, Priest, priest, quickly heal our injured brothers. The bald man shouted a little too late. The weaker mercenaries were instantly engulfed by the raging flames and turned into charcoal. The bald man was heartbroken. At this moment, Dakura shrieked and flapped its huge wings. Its body slowly rose into the air. With a tilt of its head, its body shot up like a rocket and disappeared into the air. Handwritten update station 56 stacks. Chapter 194. Dakula had escaped. Everyone in War Bear stared blankly at the sky. Dakula was nowhere to be seen. The bald man spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, Damn it! Aren't all exotic beasts so crazy that they've lost their minds? That bastard actually ran away. What the hell? Another mercenary said calmly. Gue said that some exotic beasts have a trace of consciousness due to their instincts. If that's the case, it wouldn't be strange for them to escape. Bah! The bald man cursed. Damn it. We've been working for nothing for the past few days. We didn't even touch a hair of Dacula's. The mercenary asked, Captain, should we give chase? Give chase? Why shouldn't we? Even if you don't want those 2 black crystal coins, I still want them. The bald man said. But it's already far away. The mercenary muttered. Aren't there still hunters? Didn't they leave a mark? They did. Then what are we still talking about? Get ready to give chase. Damn it, I'm going to break off that Dacula's horns. The bald man cursed. The bald man stood solemnly, his cold gaze sweeping across the area. With a hint of a soldier's aura, he shouted. War Bear, heed my command. Begin the pursuit. The War Bear set off in a grandiose manner, heading in the direction that Dacula had escaped. Ron peeked his head out and was shocked to see the number of War Bear. There were at least a few hundred of them, and they advanced quickly like an army. Ron was fascinated by their well-trained appearance. Phew! They're gone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the messy battlefield, it was like a dream. They had woken up from their dream, and the people were gone. All that was left was a tragic desolation. Shea peeked out and said in surprise, They didn't take away the corpses of their dead companions? They didn't even pick up the space bags. Ron took a look. Wasn't that right? The dead mercenaries' equipment and space bags were scattered everywhere. Perhaps they did not have the time to collect them because they were chasing after Dakura. Looking at the corpses strewn all over the ground with blood flowing out, it made people feel indescribably disgusted. Kadena felt a burst of discomfort in her heart. Sister Shea, don't tell me you want to take all the things in those space bags? What's the problem? Shea said confidently, They're all dead, so these things are naturally ownerless. What's wrong with us taking them? Those space bags and weapons are all money. Even if we don't take them, others will. Kadena frowned and said, But those corpses are so disgusting. Shea smiled and poked her. You're the princess of the kingdom of Doro, so naturally you don't have to worry about money. But mercenaries like us are different. There's a huge fortune down there. Ron nodded. Then let's go down together. Sliding down from the high rock, Ron and the rest walked to the place where the battle had taken place. Shea did not stand on ceremony, and reached out to rummage through the corpses. Her technique was very professional. First, she picked up the space bags and rummaged through them. Then, she collected the weapons and took off the rings and magical jewelry from the corpses. She did not even let the teeth go. She opened their mouths to see if there were any gold teeth. In the mercenary world, this kind of behavior was called corpse stripping. The original meaning was to bring back the valuable items of one's companions to their loved ones as a form of remembrance. Later on, the meaning of the term changed and became synonymous with killing people, robbing equipment, and robbing money. It was a common occurrence in the mercenary world. Other than Shea, Rum, Mocklin, and Heefles were also doing the same thing. To them, corpse stripping was already a common occurrence. Even Manny and Aurora were participating. Only Kadena, Angel, Hera, and Ron stood there foolishly. The 3 princesses did not care about this small amount of money, but Ron was too lazy to do it. Was it worth it for a little money? Looking at the dead mercenaries, Ron could not help but sigh in his heart. These were all living beings who died in a foreign land. Perhaps their wives and parents were waiting for them at home. Unfortunately, they would never come back. However, Ron also knew that most of these mercenaries came from poor families. As long as one of them became a mercenary, the whole family could live a life without worries. A family with 2 or 3 mercenaries could be considered a moderately wealthy family. Thus, many people were keen to let their children become mercenaries. There were many families where the father was a mercenary and the son was also a mercenary, and some even had more than one. Kadena was bored from waiting. She took out a water skin from her space bag, took a sip, and frowned. Sister Shea, I don't have any more water. I don't have any either, Angel said as she turned her water skin upside down. I don't have much left either, Hera said. Shea raised her head and reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the corpse. All right, give me all your water skins. I'll go make a trip. Here. Kadena and the rest handed their water skins to Shea. Usually, Shea was the one who looked for water. After all, she was riding a silver-winged Pegasus. At this moment, Ron interrupted. Shea, let me go. Looks like you're still busy. Shea was a little tempted. She had not finished collecting her spoils of war. I know where there's a water source. Ron had already taken the water skin from Shea with a smile. At the same time, he summoned a skeletal warrior and rode on it. I'll be back in a while. I think you guys should be done by now. Shea nodded. That's good too. Be careful. Ron nodded. Plop, plop, plop. The skeletal warrior's feet made a sound as it quickly went far away. The results were quickly counted. There was a large amount of equipment and jewelry taken from the War Bear mercenary group. However, there were less gold coins. It was said that when mercenaries went out on a mission, they wouldn't bring much gold coins. They would leave the gold coins at home or in the mercenary union, in case they died, and left some for their families. The mercenary union had also introduced a rule. If a mercenary died on a mission or there was no record of him within 3 years, then the money he saved would be sent to his home according to the original address. This was a very humane rule. The mercenary union was very considerate of the mercenaries. Naturally, this rule was supported by the mercenaries. Even the most rebellious mercenaries would not dare to cause trouble in the mercenary station. While they were talking, there was a sound of footsteps. A large group of people appeared in front of them. There were at least 50 to 60 people. They seemed to be well trained and immediately surrounded them. Be careful, Shea whispered as she signaled everyone with her eyes. Heifels frowned. At this moment, he felt that the other party had intentionally or unintentionally surrounded them. By the time he realized it, their escape route was already blocked. Who are you? Shea asked. At this moment, a man stepped out from the crowd. He was a lean middle-aged man with a friendly look on his face. However, his slender eyes flashed with a cunning light from time to time. He slowly asked, Who are you? Shea took a deep breath and calmed herself down. We're just mercenaries passing by. Mercenaries passing by? That lean middle-aged man slightly narrowed his eyes. He sized up Shea's exquisite face and devilish figure. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. At this moment, a small mercenary quickly ran over and whispered a few words beside him. That man listened and a smile appeared on his face. Are you sure? Yes, boss. I'm sure. Among these people, there is no master-level expert. That small mercenary said. He giggled and revealed a trace of lustful light. Boss, I also discovered that the women in this group are all peerless beauties. If only, yes. The middle-aged man's face revealed a smile. After we take them down, we'll definitely let our brothers have some fun. Shea's ears were very sharp. The conversation between the two fell into her ears without missing a word. Shea's heart sank. It seemed that these guys were up to no good, sure enough. The middle-aged man looked up with a faint smile as a shrewd light flashed across his eyes. Looking at them, his face instantly changed. We've been following the War Bears mercenary group all the way here. We've been watching them for a long time. Now I'll give you a choice. Put down all your interspatial bags. What? When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. Their hearts sank. It seemed that they had encountered a robbery this time. Looking at the dozens of people on the other side, Shea's heart was a little scared. Her face sank and she said, At most, we'll return the things that War Bear plundered to you. Why should we give you our things? Kadena also said loudly, You're robbing. That's right. The middle-aged man laughed. We're robbing. Not only do we want to rob you, but we also want to rob you. Ha ha ha. When he said this, Shea, Kadena and the other girls' expressions changed. These girls here are not bad. Ha ha, it's been a long time since I've seen these beauties. The other party laughed wildly. Their eyes were full of naked lust. They couldn't wait to kiss these beauties in front of them. Shea was shocked and angry. Are you still a mercenary group? How are you different from a bandit group? The small mercenary beside her laughed and said proudly, That's right, we're a bandit group. Maybe you haven't heard of our mercenary group. We're the hyena mercenary group. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed fiercely. He slapped the small mercenary's face and scolded, Shut the F***ck up. The small mercenary knew that he had said something wrong and exposed his identity. He covered his face and whimpered a few words. Hyena mercenary group? When Shea heard this, she was shocked. She had heard of the hyena mercenary group before. It was a notorious mercenary group. They used to be a bandit group. Later on, they changed their name and became a mercenary group. Handwritten update station 56 stacks. Chapter 195. Unlike other mercenary bands, they didn't accept any missions. Instead, they figured out another way to make a fortune. Li Shaoli said Li Lan Shi instead, they chose to target lone mercenaries or smaller bands. Once they had a clear target, they would swarm them, killing the men and raping the women. In short, they didn't leave anyone alive. Their actions had already caused public outrage, but they were swift and ruthless. After they were done, they would scatter like birds and beasts, pretending to be ordinary people or ordinary mercenaries to fool the public. They would only appear after the limelight had passed, leaving the other mercenary groups helpless. Thus, they were given the name Hyena. Over time, this became the name of the bandit group, and their leader was simply called the Hyena Mercenaries. The Hyena Mercenaries weren't strong, so they were extremely careful in their actions. They didn't even call their targets by their names, choosing to call them by their nicknames. They'd rather observe and probe their targets from afar than act rashly. But once they decided to act, they'd eliminate them with lightning speed. This was one of the reasons why they'd succeeded so many times. In fact, Ron's group had already been targeted by the Hyena Mercenaries when they were dissecting the corpses. They'd observed them for a long time, and only acted when they were certain there were no adepts. Their carefulness and patience far exceeded what most people could imagine. The Hyena Mercenaries had more than 20 high-ranked professionals, while the rest were mid-ranked professionals. In their eyes, this was enough to deal with the Balarax Academy. Don't waste time with them. Go, kill them. The middle-aged man was the mysterious leader of the Hyena Mercenaries. He waved his hand impatiently, realizing that he'd spoken too much today, and even exposed his identity. This had never happened before. When the battle was unavoidable, striking first to gain the upper hand became the only choice. Do it. Shea's almond-shaped eyes widened, a glimmer of light flashing in them. In the blink of an eye, powerful fiery impetus erupted from her body. She knew that they were outnumbered and had to strike first. There was no other way out. She slashed out with her dark gold one-handed sword, aiming for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man raised his sword to block. Seeing traces of dark gold light on Shea's weapon, he was overjoyed. A dark gold weapon? Am I destined to be rich today? Kill. When Mocklin and Hefel saw that Shea had made her move, they followed suit. They took out their weapons from their portal bags. One knight and one paladin rushed forward and blocked the front. The mages and priests stood in their respective positions according to the teachings of the academy, chanting incantations and holding magic balls in their hands, ready to shoot at any time. The priests stood at the back and continuously cast healing spells. Shea, Hefels, and Mocklin were covered in white light. Under the illumination of the white light, their injuries were quickly healed. With the support of the priests, the knights were able to last longer in battle. They were like unkillable cockroaches, falling down and getting injured again and again, but standing up again and again. Rise. With the help of the priests, Shea's group of 10 managed to hold off the hyena mercenaries' attack. Mocklin, Hefels, and Shea held back most of the enemies. The mages behind them quickly followed up, casting spells without mercy. Every time a spell was cast, an enemy would fall. Unlike Shea and the others, although the hyena mercenary group had a lot of people, they lacked long-range professions such as priests and mages. Most of them were swordsmen and rogues, with only a few mages and even fewer priests. Boom! Boom! A fierce battle broke out on the vast land of the ruins. In this foreign plane, such battles could be said to be common. Powerful auras swept out, and the ground shone brightly. The place where Dakura had just fought was once again reignited. Shea's gaze was cold. She was surrounded by burning flames, like a goddess of war descending from the sky. Her one-handed sword and shield combination was unusually strong, making it impossible for the enemy to get close to her. Shea cut down an enemy with her sword. While she was in a daze, she saw more enemies pouncing on her. At this moment, an enemy in front of her swung his sword at her. She had no time to dodge and was about to be injured. Boom! Unexpectedly, the enemy's body seemed to have been hit by something. With a cry, his whole body flew up and landed heavily on the ground. Shea turned around and saw Kadena holding an ice bomb. The latter revealed a bright smile. Needless to say, this was Kadena's masterpiece. Shea's heart warmed. She and Kadena were like sisters. As long as she fought in the front, Kadena's shadow would always be behind her. The two's cooperation had reached a very tacit level. Hyphers had already summoned his powerful mount. Riding on the back of a ferocious tiger with long fangs, his battle prowess was greatly boosted. He charged forward majestically, his dark gold-grayed mace smashing down and smashing an enemy's head into mush. Merklin held the scepter in his hand, and his body was surrounded by a transparent holy shield. The holy power he had given himself greatly increased his defense, and he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. None of the enemies dared to face him head-on. However, since he was at the front, it was inevitable that there would be more wounds on his body. As priests, Misoya and Rum only had one mission, and that was to heal. Rum held a healing spell and looked at Mocklin's back. After a moment of hesitation, he still threw the spell. Although Room 302 had conflicts with him in the past, they were in the same boat now. His death would not benefit the team. In an instant, Balarax's team unleashed their full power. The hyena mercenaries were stunned. They were equipped with the best equipment and were well versed in magic and battle technique. There weren't many of them, but every one of them was an elite. The sudden burst of power caught the hyena mercenaries off guard. Damn, they're so strong! Oh no, I'm injured! Go, all of you! If these people don't die, we won't survive either. A hyena soldier said fiercely. However, the leader of the hyena mercenaries was very cunning. He rolled his eyes and shouted, "Don't fight with the hyena mercenaries. Don't tangle with their warriors, attack their priests and magicians." Hearing this, the faces of the Balarax Academy's members changed drastically. As expected, the situation on the battlefield changed. The hyena mercenaries began to attack their priests and spellcasters. For a moment, Lonsim and Misoya became flustered. Countless enemies charged at them with weapons in their hands. Rum and Misoya were stunned. It was not that they could not fight, but once they entered the battle, they would not be able to take care of their healers, and their teammates would be in danger. Manny waved her one-handed sword at the back, repelling the attacks of the hyena mercenaries one after another. However, she still could not protect the priests beside her. There was no helping it. There were just too many enemies. The wounds on the three knights increased rapidly. Mocklin was stabbed in the stomach. Blood flowed out, but he endured the pain and continued to fight. At this time, the Ballarak's team began to panic. Shea ordered everyone to retreat. At this time, the hyena mercenaries began to attack. Compared to the Ballarak's team, the hyena mercenaries were well trained and coordinated well. They launched wave after wave of attacks like a pack of wolves, specifically targeting the magicians and priests. As a result, the priests had no choice but to heal a few more people. Overjoyed, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, "Brothers, keep it up! They won't be able to hold on much longer." Yes, the hyena mercenaries' morale soared when they heard this. They all shouted, their eyes shining with greed and lust. As long as they could kill this team, the weapons shining with dark golden light would be theirs. Shea's elite team had the advantage of good equipment. They had many ranged classes such as magicians, strong attacks, and the healing abilities of the priest. This allowed the team to fight for a long time. However, at this moment, their advantage had turned into a disadvantage. They were forced to retreat under the hyena mercenaries' attacks. At this time, Aurora cried out. Her arm had been cut by a hyena swordsman. Blood flowed freely. Her arm was injured, and she had lost the ability to shoot arrows. Worse, she was surrounded by the hyena mercenaries. The hyenas cooperated well with each other and surrounded her, their long swords slashing at her body. Aurora's wounds increased rapidly. She could only rely on her high agility to avoid being hit in the vitals. "Aurora!" Shea cried out in alarm and brazenly rushed out, brandishing his long sword and chopping down the enemy beside Aurora. Risking his life, he pulled her back, but his body also had several new wounds. One of them was on her back, so deep that the bone could be seen. Shea was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. "Thank you, Shea," Aurora said gratefully. At that moment she felt like she was going to die. It was Shea who pulled her back from the brink of death. "You're welcome." Shea forced a smile and said to Aurora. At the same time, it affected the wound on her back, causing her to draw in a cold breath. "Shea, what's wrong?" Aurora asked with concern. "It's nothing. My back was cut by a thief's sword," Shea said faintly. "Is it okay?" "It's okay now, but it's hard to say later. Let Rum treat it," Aurora said. "Forget it. Magicians have weak bodies. They need treatment more than I do." Shea looked at Rum, who was treating the magician, shook her head and sighed. "Now, the situation is not good." "Yes." Aurora's face was full of anxiety. "Why isn't Ron back yet? He's been gone for so long. If he doesn't come back soon, we'll be finished." Shea nodded in agreement. "If he was here, we wouldn't have been ambushed." With his crows scouting in the sky, it was not difficult to find the hyena mercenaries. This way their safety was greatly increased. Chapter 196. Damn it! Why are there so many of these things? Ron rode on the back of the skeleton warriors. As he fled, he released bone spears behind him. At the same time, he summoned the skeleton warriors, each of them holding a giant shield and bringing up the rear for Ron. The eyes of these undead creatures flashed with a faint green light. Facing the sudden danger, they didn't have the slightest trace of fear. 56 Book Library Search. Behind Ron was a large group of hypertoxic giant frogs. There were several hundred of them. This was the result of Ron startling them while he was fetching water. The hypertoxic giant frog was about half the height of a human and weighed 300 to 400 kilograms. Its entire body was covered in disgusting lumps, and its body was covered in white mucus. Its two large eyes were bulging, and its four limbs were dark green. Its appearance was as ugly as it could get. These hypertoxic giant frogs spat out small green balls one after another. These balls were highly toxic, and had an extremely strong corrosive property. Just a little bit would cause the skin to start rotting. Even with Ron's strength, it was difficult for him to block it, so he could only flee. There was nothing he could do about it. The poison balls that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were too powerful. Even the fearless skeleton warriors turned into black gas in just a few seconds when they encountered them. Only the skeleton warriors with extremely strong defenses could withstand them for a period of time. Ron was depressed, very depressed. He didn't think that something like this would happen when he was fetching water. Homelin asked with concern, "Ron, do you need my help?" Ron was just about to agree, but after thinking about it, he firmly refused. Homelin consumed a large amount of soul force every time he fought. After each battle, he had to run to the crystal coffin in his soul ring to replenish it. He really didn't want Grandpa Homelin to fall asleep again. He firmly shook his head and said, "Grandpa Homelin, there's no need. I can handle it myself." Homelin nodded. "Then be careful." Phew! He finally escaped. Ron flashed out from behind a rock. Looking at the giant poison frog in the distance that was constantly searching for its target, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He had finally escaped this calamity. These poisonous frogs were truly too terrifying, not to mention there was a group of them. Ron felt a lingering fear just thinking about it. Even exotic beasts several levels higher than him would have to run away when they saw these frogs. Shaking his head, Ron stood up and prepared to leave. Just as he took a step forward, something unexpected happened. His figure sank, and his foot missed a step. His entire body fell straight down like a rolling gourd. "Ron! Ron!" Homelin was greatly surprised by the sudden change. He called out a few times before he realized that the hole Ron had fallen into was bottomless. Genius can memorize 56 books in 3 seconds. Dong! With a bang, Ron's head hit the hard stone wall. Stars appeared in his eyes, and he almost fainted from the pain. "Ron! What happened to you?" At this moment, Homelin appeared beside Ron and asked with concern. "Nothing, I think I'm bleeding," Ron answered in a daze. He stretched out his hand and touched his head. His head was already broken. Blood flowed down his cheek, sticky. Homelin took a look. "You're actually injured? How careless! Don't you have a zombie that can release healing spells? Let it come out and heal you." Who would have thought that a hole would suddenly appear in front of me? I missed a step and fell down. Ron felt wronged. That hole was like a trap. It was full of plants. At first glance, it looked like a haystack. No wonder he fell down. Summoning the zombie Aryan from the soul world, he controlled it to use healing spells. After a while, the wound on Ron's head healed. "I have to go back quickly. I'm afraid they're waiting anxiously." Looking at the dark hole, Ron was burning with anxiety. He used both his hands and feet to climb up the wall. "It's so dark. Give me some light," Ron said to the zombie Aryan. The zombie Aryan was expressionless. It raised its hand and a soft light appeared from its scepter, illuminating the entire cave. "Zombies are really good. They can be of great use." Ron nodded to the zombie Aryan. The zombie Aryan still had an ashen face and did not respond to his friendliness. "That's right, how could a zombie respond?" "Huh? What's this?" From the corner of his eyes, Ron saw something. It was a skeleton. It was not strange to see a skeleton. Ron did not have many things, but he could summon a lot of skeletons. However, this was not a skeleton that he could summon. "It looks like a dead person, and it has been dead for a long time." Homelin looked at the skeleton and said, "Is it?" Ron could not hold back his curiosity. He walked over and carefully looked at the skeleton. Pornographic novels, there was nothing strange about the skeleton. The clothes on its body had been torn and weathered, leaving only a few fragments. There was no space bag or anything like that around it. "It's just a skeleton." Ron's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. He wanted to find something from the skeleton. At this time, Ron found a trace of orange light under the skeleton. He could not hold back his curiosity and reached out his hand. What is this? He carefully took out an item from under the skeleton. This item was about 3 inches long and cold to the touch. It seemed to be made of gold but not gold, jade but not jade. However, its entire body was fiery red, like a piece of red-hot soldering iron. Ron was not surprised, but Homelin was shocked when he saw it. This is a legendary weapon, what? Ron was stunned. A legendary weapon? Merlin gasped for breath. He did not expect the skeleton to be carrying such a valuable item. It was a legendary grade weapon. Even in the Amros continent 100,000 years ago, legendary grade weapons were rare. Anyone who owned such a weapon would not be an ordinary person. Seeing that Ron did not understand, Homelin explained, "The weapon grades you know now are sky blue, sea blue, gold, and dark gold. Dark gold weapons are the highest grade, right?" Ron nodded. He could not help but ask, "Grandpa Homelin, is there a weapon of a higher grade above dark gold?" Homelin nodded. "Yes, there are legendary weapons above dark gold, and this legendary weapon is right in front of you." This is a legendary weapon. Ron was both surprised and delighted. He was overjoyed when he saw that the object was emitting a glow that was different from any other weapon's color. He gently stroked it and asked, "Grandpa Homelin, how much is this worth?" "It's priceless," Merlin answered casually. Suddenly, he made a sound of surprise and rubbed his eyes. "Am I hallucinating? It's a bone staff. I thought it was a short spear when I saw its sharp edge." Bone staff. Ron's eyes widened. Wasn't that something used by necromancers? Could this skeleton be a necromancer? Blackwater staff. Yes, this is something used by necromancers. Homelin nodded and gave Ron the answer he wanted to know the most. The legendary Blackwater staff? Ron almost held his breath. He felt the heavy texture of the Blackwater staff, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was too lucky. He stumbled into a cave and found a legendary weapon? Moreover, this weapon was actually a bone staff, something that was suitable for him. However, Ron thought of another question. "Grandpa Homelin, why is there a necromancer here? Wasn't it said that necromancy magic had been lost?" "How would I know?" Homelin shrugged. He thought for a while and suddenly said, "Right, this is a different plane of existence. Anything can happen here. It wouldn't be strange even if there was a necromancer here." Seeing that Ron didn't understand, Homelin explained, "In the Noah continent, necromancy might have been lost. But in other planes, necromancy might still exist," he sighed. "However, I'm not too sure about the details. After all, the other planes of existence are too far away." Ron nodded. "So that's how it is." Then he said happily, "So, I can use the legendary Blackwater staff?" "Of course you can," Homelin said with certainty. "Ron, look again. See if there's anything else on this skeleton. If you can use it, don't waste it. Just take it." "Okay," Ron replied. Under the illumination of the scepter in Zombie Arian's hand, he searched the skeleton's body. Sure enough, Ron found some things. A pair of skull earrings, a bone ring, a pair of white spiked bracelets, and a necklace made of 9 skulls. Homelin's expression was dignified. "From these items, I can roughly guess his strength. He's a necromancer Grand Magus." Homelin sighed. "Necromancer Grand Magus?" Ron was shocked. He looked at the almost air-dried skeleton with respect in his eyes. "So it's Senior. Sorry to disturb you." Ron bowed deeply. He squeezed the Blackwater staff in his arms. "Senior has already passed away. As a necromancer, I took his weapon and equipment. I'm sure he won't blame me." Ron looked around and found that there was nothing else in the cave. He summoned the skeleton warriors and crawled out of the cave. The sky was still scorching red, scorching the earth like hell. If possible, Ron didn't want to stay in this strange plane for a second longer. He crawled out of the dark and damp cave with difficulty. After taking a few steps, Ron suddenly felt a sense of danger. At the same time, he heard Homelin's voice. "Ron, be careful." Ron quickly reacted. He rolled on the ground and dodged the attack from behind. Boom! A small green ball struck the skeleton warrior that Ron had summoned. With a bang, the skeleton warrior turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. Ron couldn't help but be aghast. What a fierce poison! Gwa! At this time, a huge figure slowly crawled out of a large cave. It was a green figure with bulging eyes, a white belly, and disgusting lumps on its back. It was a giant poisonous frog. This giant poisonous frog was a size bigger than an ordinary giant poisonous frog. Moreover, there were 2 incomparably large horns on its head. Giant poisonous frog king. Ron's heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 197. Why are there so many? Ron's scalp went numb as he looked at the large group of hypertoxic giant frogs, especially that terrifying hypertoxic giant frog king. That was a terrifying rank 7 exotic beast, giving him a feeling of invincibility. 56 Book Vault. Search Win Q coins. At this moment, Ron was surrounded by a dense swarm of hypertoxic giant frogs. He had nowhere to run at all. At this moment, the hypertoxic giant frog king let out a loud roar, its voice spreading over 10 li. Immediately after, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a thick fog. It's the hypertoxic Nova. Dodge quickly. Homelin immediately shouted when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Ron's heart trembled when he heard that. He controlled the skeletal warrior to push off the ground and leave the place. Boom! With a loud bang, a green poisonous mist spread out. Where Ron was just standing, the stone wall emitted a zzz sound and was quickly corroded by the venom. Terrifying! Ron was horrified. If he had run a little slower, not even his bones would be left. The poison of these hypertoxic giant frogs was indeed terrifying. Pornographic novels, the hypertoxic giant frogs weren't strong, but the most frightening thing about them was the corrosive acidic poison on their bodies. It was extremely troublesome once they came into contact with it. Even powerful exotic beasts would have to retreat. Ron was now facing a group of hypertoxic giant frogs, and the strongest among them was the hypertoxic giant frog king. There's no other way, Ron. You've already been surrounded by these exotic beasts. You can only kill your way out. Homelin's voice rang out in Ron's mind. He already knew about Ron's current situation. Ron took a deep breath. Since that was the case, he might as well test out the might of the Dark Water Staff and see how much this legendary weapon could increase his strength. Skeleton warriors! Ron chanted an incantation. In an instant, over 100 skeleton warriors scrambled to crawl out from the ground, holding a huge shield in one hand and a bone axe in the other, howling nonstop. At the same time, the hypertoxic giant frogs also started spitting out poison. Balls of poison flew towards Ron like raindrops. Shield up! At Ron's command, the skeleton warriors raised their shields in unison. The green venom splashed onto the skeleton hero's giant shield. The venom began to corrode the shield, causing it to emit green smoke. Just now, Ron had summoned the skeleton hero as well. However, even someone as strong as the skeleton hero couldn't resist the hypertoxic giant frog's venom and had been corroded. As for the skeleton warriors, Ron didn't have much hope. However, Ron didn't notice that the giant shields in the hands of the skeleton warriors were larger than before. The handles of the one-handed axes in their other hands had lengthened, and the front end had protruding spikes. Book 56. Library genius only needs 3 seconds to memorize. At this time, the noise stopped and the smoke dispersed. The skeleton hero's shield was riddled with holes, but it still managed to block the attack. He actually blocked it? Ron couldn't believe his eyes. After using higher-level equipment, the skeleton warrior's attack and defense would become even more terrifying. However, Ron didn't expect it to be this terrifying. After all, just a moment ago, the skeleton warriors couldn't resist the hypertoxic giant frog's venom at all. For a moment, Ron's confidence was greatly boosted. He was going to show these strange beasts his power. Another spell flashed, and the skeleton magicians appeared out of thin air. They held long magic staffs in their hands, and their magic robes were no longer tattered. Instead, they were clean and tidy. From afar, they looked like human magicians. However, under the hood of their black cloaks, 2 black holes could be seen. At this time, Ron finally noticed that something was wrong. The short staffs in the skeleton magicians' hands had become long staffs, and their magic robes had also changed. What's going on? Ron pointed at the skeleton magicians. Why are they like this? Homelin smiled. That's because your strength has increased. Naturally, the skeletons you summon are different. Didn't you notice? The skeletons you summon now are completely different from the first time you summoned them. In terms of strength, agility, resistance, and appearance, they are all completely different. This is the result of your strength improvement. This is especially obvious on the skeleton warriors. Ron recalled that it was indeed not the case. The newly summoned skeleton warriors had more shoulder armor than before, and their speed was much faster than before. However, Ron was still confused. My strength has increased? Why don't I feel that way? Homelin glanced at him and said, Are you stupid? Didn't you use the legendary Blackwater staff? This legendary weapon will naturally be of great help to your strength improvement. Although you can't learn higher-level necromancy magic now, in terms of strength, you've already reached the level of a master. A master? Ron's eyes shone. He was surprised and happy. He didn't think that strength improvement could be achieved through equipment. However, this kind of improvement was only limited to legendary equipment. Even dark gold equipment couldn't achieve this effect. Just as Ron and Homelin were communicating spiritually, the skeleton magicians launched an attack on the hypertoxic giant frogs. Magic soared into the sky like meteors, bombarding the group of hypertoxic giant frogs. Ron saw that the attack power of those magic spells had indeed increased by a lot. Boom! 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 The magic spells exploded in the middle of the group of hypertoxic giant frogs, carrying a strong elemental force. The hypertoxic giant frogs were blown off their feet and scattered in all directions in an instant. It can't be, right? Ron saw that the hypertoxic giant frogs were either dead or injured. It seemed that the hypertoxic giant frogs weren't that difficult to deal with. The defensive power of the hypertoxic giant frogs was indeed not that great. Whether it was swords, blades, or magic, they could all cause great damage to them. Their most powerful weapon was their venom. When the venom was ineffective, the hypertoxic giant frog's disadvantage was revealed. Ron was slaughtering the hypertoxic giant frogs. The whole ravine was filled with the croaking of frogs. There were countless frogs that were burned by fire, injured by ice, and electrocuted to death. Seeing Ron massacring its people, the hypertoxic giant frog king was finally enraged. Gwah! It made a sound like a cow's roar and spat out a green ball of light at Ron. The green ball of light attacked Ron at an extremely high speed. It was the hypertoxic giant frog king's proud skill, hypertoxic nova. As long as one came into contact with it, their body would be corroded until nothing was left. Again, this move is useless against me now. Ron, on the other hand, was brimming with confidence. He waved the Blackwater staff in his hand, and similarly, a green ball of light blasted towards the poison nova. That was Death Coil, a necromancy spell that carried traces of soul power and included both physical and mental attacks. It was now put to use. Ping! The two forces collided and made a huge explosion sound. the hypertoxic nova scattered in the air as soon as it was hit, and the poisonous liquid scattered all over the ground. Wherever it went, a burst of smoke rose. The hypertoxic giant frog king was not willing to give up. It cried out again, "Gwa!" It opened its huge mouth and spat out several hypertoxic novas. As if they had grown eyes, they split up and attacked Ron from different directions. Ron was not in a hurry as he released Death Coil. Boom! 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 Several hypertoxic novas turned into nothingness. At this time, the hypertoxic giant frog king finally panicked. Besides spitting out poisonous liquid, it did not have any other means of attack. Cried out a few times and turned around to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Ron would not let it go. He went to get water but was chased by a group of hypertoxic giant frogs. There was almost no road to heaven and no door to hell. Now, no matter what, Ron had to vent his anger. Bone spear. With a thought from Ron, a white bone spear appeared out of thin air. He grabbed it in his hand and threw it at the hypertoxic giant frog king with all his might. Pring! The bone spear hit its target. The hypertoxic giant frog king's head was penetrated by the bone spear. It struggled a few times before it stopped moving. What? Ron was also shocked by the might of the bone spear. A small bone spear actually directly penetrated the hypertoxic giant frog king's head? One must know that this was a rank 7 exotic beast. Could it be that the skull of a rank 7 exotic beast was made of paper? Squeezing the legendary dark water staff in his hand, Ron knew that this was all thanks to it. It was precisely because of this top-quality weapon that his strength directly jumped to a new level. Even if he encountered a master-rank powerhouse, he would still be able to put up a fight. At this time, the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages summoned by Ron also started to chase the group of hypertoxic giant frogs. Wherever they went, the frogs would croak. The hypertoxic giant frogs didn't have any other skills apart from spitting poison. Under the attacks of the skeleton mages, they had no way to resist. The frogs' croaking gradually stopped. Looking at the ground full of frog corpses, Ron revealed a helpless smile. Seeing this scene, Ron couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people were willing to come to another plane to hunt exotic beasts. There were simply too many exotic beasts here. Forcefully suppressing his disgust, Ron still couldn't find the courage to dissect the hypertoxic giant frog and extract its essence core. Helpless, he could only give up. Wait! Just as Ron was about to leave, Homelin called out to him. "What's the matter, Grandpa Homelin?" Ron asked. "You don't have to take the other things, but that hypertoxic giant frog king's poison sac must be taken away. That thing is very useful," Homelin said, pointing at the corpse of the hypertoxic giant frog king. "What use is it?" Ron asked curiously. Homelin coughed a few times and said with a mysterious smile, "You'll know when you bring it back." Hearing Homelin's grandpa say this, Ron didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly walked over to the hypertoxic giant frog king's side. This 1,000-gene monster was already dead, but its swollen eye was still staring desperately. Ron wasn't going to be polite. He followed Homelin's grandpa's instructions and carefully cut off the hypertoxic giant frog king's poison sac. After that, he cut open its head and took away its essence core. This was the essence core of a rank 7 exotic beast, not an ordinary one. Since he'd decided to take action, he might as well take it along with him. In the end, he even cut off the horn on its forehead. Chapter 198. One of the ancient city walls was broken and mottled. The weathered surface could no longer be seen as what it used to be. Search 56 books. Library. The Ballarat squad had their backs against the wall. Everyone held their weapons in front of them, protecting the priests and magicians behind them. Aurora fell limply into Kadina's arms. She had fainted due to her severe injuries. At this time, all of them were injured, Even the priests and mages at the back were no exception. As priests, Lonsim and Masoya did not cast any healing spells on them because their magic power had long been exhausted. The ground was littered with corpses. They were all members of the hyena mercenary squad. Due to their lack of priests and healing methods, those who were seriously injured died in the end. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He had thought that this squad was a pushover, but it turned out to be an iron lotus seed. Not only did he fail to gain any advantage, he even lost the lives of many of his brothers. Relying on the tacit understanding formed over the years and the perseverance of hyenas, these bandits who robbed halfway through finally won the final victory. Now, the Ballarak's academy had exhausted all of their impetus. They were all seriously injured and had lost the ability to fight back. The hyena mercenary squad had also paid a heavy price. More than 30 of their members had died in battle, and more than half of the remaining were injured. The middle-aged man's face twisted with anger. "You bastards, you actually killed more than 30 of our brothers!" He raised his voice and roared, "I want you to pay with your blood." Everyone in the Ballarak's academy turned pale. They knew that their fate was in the hands of these bandits. Hefels gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to lower his noble head and ask, "What do you want? What do we want?" The middle-aged man laughed. "Of course we want to kill. Rob F***ck, but now," the middle-aged man stopped laughing. "You killed so many of my brothers. I won't let you die so easily, please. Please let us go." Machlin's reaction was even worse than Hefels's. His face was pale, his limbs were trembling, and his lips were trembling. We have a lot of money, we can give it all to you. Please spare our lives." "Bah, spare you? On what basis?" The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of water and pointed at Machlin. "After you die, all your money will be ours. Do we still need you to give it to us? What right do you have to raise conditions with us?" Machlin was at a loss for words. Search 1Q coins, 56 books library. The short mercenary beside the middle-aged man jumped out and waved his fist angrily. "Boss, they killed many of our brothers. We can't let any of them go." One of his legs was broken by Shea, and he walked with a limp. Naturally, he held a grudge. "Yes, we can't let him go. Kill them." The hyena mercenaries yelled. They were filled with righteous indignation, as if they had a deep grudge against them. They seemed to have forgotten that they were the ones who had robbed them first. The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. "Of course, they will die without a doubt. The only difference is how they die." Hearing this, everyone in the Ballarak's academy felt a wave of despair. Before the middle-aged man could finish, there was a thud. Machlin suddenly knelt down in front of everyone. It wasn't just the hyena mercenaries who were stunned. Even the Ballarak's academy's members were stunned. Shea said, "Machlin, why are you—" "My lord, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life, my lord. I'm still young, I don't want to die." Machlin actually started to cry. He crawled towards the middle-aged man on all fours. It wasn't just the Ballarak's academy's members who looked at him with disdain. Even the hyena mercenaries looked at him with disdain. "Who the hell was this guy?" the middle-aged man snorted. "Who told you to kill so many of my brothers? Letting you die would be too easy for you." Machlin's eyes lit up at this. He wiped away his tears and said, "My lord, why don't I join you? You've all seen my strength. If I join you, I'll definitely be useful. I only want to live, my lord." Machlin's face was filled with tears and snot, and his expression was one of indescribable sadness. The middle-aged man purposely hesitated. At this time, Shea shrieked, "Machlin, you're shameless. How can you surrender to them? They're bandits who kill without batting an eye, what do you know?" Machlin stood up and roared, "Shea, if you want to go crazy by yourself. I'm not going to accompany you. I'm still young and have plenty of youth. I can't die like this, especially in this godforsaken world. He then pointed at Shea. It's all your fault. You brought us to this godforsaken place, and put everyone in this predicament. You're the one who should take responsibility. Shea was so angry that her face turned red. After a long time she choked out, You're shameless, enough! The middle-aged man saw that they were quarreling and said impatiently, Stop acting. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. He then stared at Mocklin and said in a low voice, Is your surrender fake? Is it? No. No. Mocklin said in a low voice, My lord. I've already used up all my fighting energy. Are you still worried that I'm playing tricks? The middle-aged man and the small mercenary looked at each other and thought that it was true. They already had no strength to resist. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Well, in order to show your sincerity, you can grab that girl and strip her naked in front of us. Then we'll believe you. He then pointed at Kadena, who was behind Shea. She was the most beautiful girl in the group, so it was difficult for her not to attract attention. Kadena's face was full of horror, and her petite body could not help but shrink back. Without waiting for Mocklin to agree, Shea screamed, Mocklin, you dare? If you do this, I'll never let you go. Mocklin's expression was uncertain. Of course, his surrender to the hyena mercenary group was true, but his purpose was to save his life. Once the danger was over, he would leave. However, if he did this now, it would be tantamount to breaking ties with the Balarax Academy. Finally, the desire to survive defeated his rationality, and Mocklin suddenly strode towards Shea. Mocklin, you! Shea was flustered and exasperated. Get out of my way! Mocklin pushed Shea to the side, and like an eagle catching a chick, he lifted up Kadena, who had already exhausted her magic power. Kadena struggled and screamed, Mocklin, let go of me, you beast! Bastard Mocklin, are you still human? Heifels cursed and pounced forward, but was hit by a mercenary group member beside him. He clutched his abdomen in pain and squatted on the ground. Seeing that the woman he once loved the most was about to fall into the hands of the devil, Mocklin made up his mind. Don't blame me, no matter what, you won't be able to escape their ravages. With a crash, Kadena's blue magic robe was torn apart, revealing her snow-white shoulders. We're finally here, seems like it's here. Ron rode the skeleton warrior and set foot on a small hill. He wiped the sweat off his face with his hand. I'm sorry for making them wait for so long. How am I going to explain this to them later? Just as he was thinking, his gaze suddenly froze. Why are there so many people? No, they seem to have been attacked. Seeing the injuries on Shea and the others, as well as a large group of unfamiliar people holding weapons, Ron immediately understood most of the situation. His heart suddenly tightened. Ha ha ha! The middle-aged man laughed wantonly. He laughed very happily and happily. There was nothing more satisfying than seeing the scene in front of him. Pornographic novel following Kadena's cries, Mocklin tore her clothes apart. In order to save his life, he couldn't care less now. The small mercenary said, Boss, the most beautiful woman in this team is yours to enjoy. That's right. The middle-aged man's eyes were burning with lust. He couldn't wait to devour the weeping Kadena. He licked his lips with a smile. This little girl looks like she's still a virgin. Let's see how I'll open her bud in front of everyone today, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he took off his clothes with a lewd smile, revealing his strong muscles. Boss is mighty, boss is amazing. The minions around him shamelessly praised. They hoped that after their boss was done, they could have a share of the loot. After all, there was more than one beauty here. Just as these beasts were getting carried away, a bone spear appeared out of thin air. Bang! The bone spear pierced through the head of one of the hyena mercenaries. The mercenary still didn't know what was going on. His eyes widened with disbelief. He struggled a few times before lying on the ground, motionless. Enemy attack! The middle-aged man shouted and immediately pulled out a weapon from his space bag. At his command, the hyena mercenaries reacted quickly and immediately got into a battle stance. Since they often ambushed others, they were naturally afraid of being ambushed, so they were always on high alert. Ron! Seeing the bone spear appear, Shea and the others were surprised and happy. They were finally saved. Ron is back. Moclan's heart jumped. Damn it, why did he come back at this time? What do I do now? For a moment, Moclan's mind raced and he let go of Kadena. Kadena hurriedly ran back to the team crying, Who ambushed us? The middle-aged man was flustered and exasperated. He looked around for traces of the ambusher. Finally, he found a small figure on a small hill not far away. It's you. Seeing that the ambusher was young, the middle-aged man was relieved. He sneered. I'm warning you, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you won't even know how to write your death sentence. The young man in the black robe slowly raised his head. His eyes were the most unlikable black. Not only that, but his hair was also black. A trace of killing intent faintly revealed itself. Chapter 199. As he spoke, there was a commotion on the ground around the middle-aged man. Countless white skeletons crawled out from the ground. Some of them held two-handed swords in their hands and wore half-body armor on their bodies. Others wore heavy armor and held huge shields in one hand and long axes in the other. Their green eyes were aimed at these evil bandits like the Grim Reaper in the night. Search 56 books. Library. The appearance of the skeletons gave everyone a fright. What are these things? Skeletons. Skeletons, I know. The small mercenary suddenly shouted, pointing at Ron. A necromancer, he's a necromancer, a necromancer? The middle-aged man stared at Ron's small figure, and the latter's eyes revealed a bone-chilling coldness. At this time, the middle-aged man laughed. So it's a necromancer. And here I was wondering who it was. A useless profession dares to meddle in other people's business? Are you tired of living? Everyone automatically ignored the fact that Ron had killed a person with a bone spear. In the minds of these people, necromancers were synonymous with trash. Kadena's eyes were filled with tears. Ron's return had given her hope. Everyone in Balarax's team was happy that Ron had finally returned. However, at the same time, they were very worried. The current situation was very bad. Could Ron alone defeat so many enemies? They were no longer able to fight. The middle-aged man impatiently waved his hand. Go, break these skeletons first, then kill this kid. Yes. The hyena mercenaries obeyed and drew their weapons from their portal bags, approaching the skeletons with sinister smiles. At this time, the skeleton warriors moved. As if they had come to life, they raised their heads in unison, their eyes flashing with green flames. This action gave the mercenaries a fright. Don't be afraid. I've seen these things in the Roland Empire. Although they look scary, they don't have much fighting power. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Kill. The hyena mercenaries finally mustered up their courage, and their bodies lit up with various types of combat aura. They screamed and roared as they rushed towards the weak skeletons. Some of them went around the skeletons and went straight for Ron. You're asking for it. Ron's eyes widened in anger, and his body floated up like smoke. Immediately after, the mercenary who rushed over flew backwards as if he had been hit by something. He rolled a few times on the ground and struggled for a while before he stopped moving. What? The middle-aged man was stunned. What was going on? Was this really a necromancer who was called useless? Was I seeing things? What was even more unbelievable was that when the skeletons fought with the mercenaries, they weren't at a disadvantage at all. Not only that, the skeletons also had simple battle techniques, strong defense, and fearless fighting styles. In just a short while, the hyena mercenaries were defeated. 56 books, library, search, Save me, these skeletons are so strong. The hyena mercenaries cried for their parents as they were beaten up by Ron's skeleton army. The strength of the skeletons was beyond their imagination, and they weren't as weak as the middle-aged man had said. It wasn't that the mercenaries couldn't defeat the skeletons, but that there was something strange about the skeletons. They weren't afraid of death, and they outnumbered them by twice. Finally, the hyena mercenaries began to crumble under the attacks of the skeleton army. Ron hadn't even summoned the skeleton mages, and the hyena mercenaries were already at their limits. The middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out of their socket. He looked on helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. It was only now that he understood how powerful the black-haired, black-eyed youth was. At the very least, the hyena mercenaries were no match for him. At this moment, the small mercenary had run to his side at some point. His eyes were full of fear as he wiped the blood off his face. "Boss, this necromancer is too evil, let's run, run?" A trace of confusion appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Since when did the hyena mercenaries need to run? With their characteristic of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, they wouldn't make a move without a guarantee of victory. They looked like an ordinary mercenary group. But at this moment, the middle-aged man understood that he had made a huge miscalculation this time. Cries of agony rang out from the scene, the cries of the hyena mercenaries as they died. The skeletons had doubled in number at some point, and the hyena mercenaries were quickly wiped out under the sea of skeletons. Ron was filled with rage at the sight of the Balrog's mercenaries' miserable state. He ordered the skeletons to kill all who ran or begged for mercy. A large number of corpses lay on the ground, all of them belonging to the hyena mercenaries. "Boss, it'll be too late if we don't run now," the small mercenary said. "Run, yes, let's run." The middle-aged man cried out as if he'd just woken up from a dream. He turned to glare viciously at Ron. "So many of our brothers died today, I'll have my revenge. If I find out who he is, I'll do everything in my power to kill him when I get back." The middle-aged man's heart was bleeding. The hyena mercenaries were his blood, sweat, and tears, and he'd invested a lot to make them what they were today. These members were all mercenaries from the village, and he didn't know how to explain it to the villagers. For the sake of profit, these simple mercenaries didn't take on missions to earn money like other mercenary bands. Instead, they engaged in a dog-eat-dog business. Money came quickly, but the risks were great. Although they were always careful, those who didn't walk the path of righteousness couldn't escape the fate of destruction. The Balrog's mercenaries looked on in shock. One person, just one person, had wiped out an entire mercenary band. What kind of power was this? Kadena gently leaned her head on Shea hugging her. "Sister Shea, have you noticed that Ron has become stronger?" "Stronger? That can't be right." Shea couldn't believe it. Maybe he was just this strong before. Kadena stared at Ron fighting in the distance, her eyes blurred. "It's just a feeling. His aura is completely different from before. Go!" The middle-aged man roared, gathering what little impetus he had left to flee with the small mercenary. He no longer had the courage to fight Ron. This necromancer was strange from head to toe, and he had to admit that he was scared out of his wits. A smile appeared on Ron's face. "You won't be able to escape. Bone prison." The middle-aged man was running for his life, full of resentment. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of his eyes as something white appeared. He jumped in fright, only to find that he was trapped in a cage made of bones. "That's it. Boss, we're trapped," the small mercenary said in panic. "I know, I don't need you to tell me. Hurry up and break it," the middle-aged man said exasperatedly. At this time, the middle-aged man caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. That thing was slowly growing larger in his eyes. A trace of panic spread across his face, and he shouted, "No!" "Poochie!" A sharp bone spear pierced his head. The middle-aged man struggled unwillingly for a few moments before finally taking his last breath. A long trail of blood was left behind in the cage made of bones. "Boss! Boss!" the small mercenary shouted. Suddenly, he turned around and saw that Ron was standing in front of him, his eyes full of killing intent. "No, don't kill me!" The small mercenary waved his hands, his face twisted in terror as he looked at Ron with a pleading expression. Ron hesitated for a moment and put down his hand that was holding the bone spear. At this time, Shea screamed, "Don't let him go!" Saying this, she suddenly grabbed a sword from the ground and rushed over, ruthlessly stabbing it into the small mercenary's body. Shea hated these guys to the core. She couldn't help but do it herself. "You!" The small mercenary raised his hand and pointed at Shea. Finally, his hand weakly drooped down and stopped moving. "Shea!" Ron's heart trembled. He had never seen Shea like this. Shea gently tidied up the hair on her forehead and took a deep breath. "Ron, you're too kind. In this place, since you've decided to make a move, don't hold back." Ron silently nodded. "I know." Shea smiled, revealing a myriad of emotions. "Ron, this time you saved us. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Ron nodded, took a deep breath and asked, "What happened to you guys?" Shea told him everything. Even though it had already happened, Ron still angrily clenched his fists. "Damn it, this kind of person is the scum of the mercenary group. He's a disgrace to the mercenary group," Shea said as she walked towards the group with Ron. "Shea." Moclin's face was a little hot. He didn't know how to face Shea and the others. In order to ease the tension, he called out to Shea, but he didn't know what to say. However, Shea ignored him and didn't respond to his words. She walked straight ahead with a gloomy face. Moclin awkwardly laughed a few times. He hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Ron glanced at Moclin a few times. He found that not only Shea, but the entire group also didn't have a good expression towards him. This made him feel a little strange. Shea didn't tell Ron about what Moclin had done before. However, she was completely disappointed with Moclin. What little good impression she had of him had disappeared. Some people usually looked heroic, but at the crucial moment, they revealed their true colors. In Shea's heart, Moclin had always appeared as a brave and invincible person. However, at this moment, the image of Moclin in her heart collapsed. Shea sighed in her heart. She laughed self-deprecatingly. It seemed that one couldn't judge a person by their appearance. She really didn't know why she had fallen in love with this person in the past. Born in poverty and hard-working, these were all Moclin's strength. However, his weaknesses were also very obvious. In order to achieve his goals, he would do anything. In order to save his life, he could kneel to his enemy and even lay his hands on the girl he liked. Such a person made Shea's heart turn cold. Shea's gaze drifted towards Ron. They were both born in poverty, but he was completely different from Moclin. Even in the face of a strong enemy, he didn't shrink back and fought to the end. He didn't have a strong physique, didn't have a handsome appearance, and even had a pair of black hair and black eyes that no one liked. However, this didn't affect Shea's impression of Ron at all. Chapter 200. At this moment, Ron saw the unconscious Aurora. He was shocked and asked, "What happened to her?" Kadena forced a smile. "It's nothing. She just fainted from overexertion." Ron went to check on Aurora. Although her breathing was weak, she was still alive. Only then did he feel relieved. Search 1Q coins, 56 books. At this moment, Shea said worriedly, "Ron, it's a little dangerous now. All of our chi is used up. Even the priests don't have any magic power. Now that we're all injured, if a strange beast or another mercenary group attacks us, we won't be able to resist at all." Manny said, "Isn't there still Ron?" Shea said, "Yes, there is still Ron. But what I mean is, should we move and find a secluded place to recuperate first? Then we can make plans. Angel's face was full of pain. She shook her head and said, "No, my leg is injured. I can't move at all." Shea's eyes swept around. Except for herself, everyone had suffered serious injuries of varying sizes, so it was simply unrealistic to act now. The priests were the key to healing their injuries. With a sigh, Shea said to Rum and Masoya, "How long will it take for you to recover your magic power?" Rum said in a low voice, "At least one night. We can heal everyone's injuries. But if we want to continue moving, we'll need at least one more day." Masoya did not speak. She nodded gently. Her strength was about the same as Rum's. "That means we'll have to stay here for the whole night," Shea said. She waved her hand. "Forget it. There's nothing we can do about it. Ron, we've used up all our strength. It's up to you now." "No problem. I'll do my best," Ron replied in a low voice. He thought for a while and said, Actually, I have another way." "You have a way?" Shea blinked twice and asked, "What way do you have?" The only solution Ron could think of was to release the zombie Aryan. However, he was afraid that this would cause uneasiness among the crowd. After all, in their eyes, refining the enemy's corpse into a weapon of war was an extremely evil act in the eyes of the moralist. Ron hesitated. Shea felt strange and asked, "Ron, what's wrong? If you have an idea, just say it." Only Kadena understood Ron's concerns. She smiled and said, "Ron, don't worry. I think everyone can accept it. Besides, there are no outsiders here. No one will tell anyone about you." As she spoke, she glanced at Mocklin. Mocklin blushed. Kadena meant that no one was an outsider except for him. Book 56. Library Genius only needs 3 seconds to memorize. "Okay." Ron finally nodded in agreement. "I hope I didn't scare you." As he spoke, the soul ring on his hand flashed, and the zombie Aryan appeared in front of everyone. When a living corpse suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone was shocked. When zombie Aryan healed everyone one by one, there was only amazement in their eyes. Shea sighed. "Is this also necromancy? It's amazing. It can even revive a corpse." "If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to tell that it's a corpse," Rum also said. "What's even more unexpected is that this corpse actually has the magic and skills from when it was alive. It should have been a priest when it was alive." "Yes." Ron nodded. Everyone was baptized by Ron's so-called evil magic. After all, Ron was full of mysteries in their eyes. As long as they had the strength, it did not matter whether the power they cultivated was evil or not. Only Mocklin snorted softly and turned his head away. With the addition of the zombie Aryan, everyone's injuries were quickly healed. Although their impetus and magic had yet to recover, they could at least move, which made them feel much more at ease. Under Ron's lead, the Balarax Academy team quickly moved. They no longer wanted to stay in this place full of corpses. Arriving at a small ravine, the Balarax Academy team chose a place that was sheltered from the wind and set up camp. Every adventurer had a tent in their spatial pouch in case of emergency, and Ron's group was no exception. Not long after, 11 tents were set up in the small ravine. The 11 tents were arranged in a circle around the campfire, making it easier for them to coordinate with each other in case of danger. This place was relatively secluded, but at the same time, they had to guard against attacks from strange beasts. Ron's tent was located at the outermost perimeter for the sake of guarding. Of the entire team, only Ron still had the ability to fight. The campfire, the fragrant smell of cooked meat, and the low alcohol content of ale formed the happiest paradise for adventurers. Only at times like this would they be able to relax slightly. After fighting for an entire day, everyone was exhausted. They ate hastily and went back to their tent. Only by resting could they recover their strength faster. Mocklin was still with the team, unexpectedly silent. What surprised Ron was that it seemed as if everyone in the team did not want to see him. Even Shea and Kadena from their dormitory didn't look at him. However, Ron didn't take it to heart. The night in the other plane was so quiet. The red sun in the sky had already set, and in its place was a blue moon. The sky-blue moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold light on the earth. That night, Ron was naturally on duty, protecting the safety of the entire team. At present, he was the only one who could do this job. 8 crows were coiled up in the air, squatting on the treetops. Their 16 little eyes were quietly watching every movement on the ground. Not even the slightest movement on the ground could escape their eyes. Ron sat cross-legged in the tent, controlling the crows' movements with his soul force. At the same time, he held the legendary staff of dark water in his hand, deep in thought. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. Grandpa Homelin. Seeing Homelin's figure, a smile involuntarily appeared on Ron's face. Homelin smiled kindly. Ron, where's the poison sac you got from the rank 7 exotic beast today? It's here. Hearing this, Ron carefully took out the 2 items from his space pouch. The poison sac of the poisonous giant frog king looked like a tumor. It was dark green in color, and its surface was covered in a sticky mucus. Grandpa Homelin, what's the use of this thing? Ron asked excitedly, thinking that this poison sac would come in handy. Refining it into a poison sphere. Homelin said with a smile, this is a necromancer's magical accessory. Its purpose is to strengthen the attack power of poison. After wearing this poison sphere, any non-summoning necromancer's attack will carry poison damage. Any non-summoning necromancer's attack will carry poison damage? Ron's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was overjoyed. There's such a thing? Homelin smiled. This is just an ordinary toy. That's great. Grandpa Homelin, quickly teach me how to make it. Ron was a little impatient. After fiddling around in the tent for half a day, Ron finally managed to create the poison sphere under Homelin's guidance. Just as Homelin said, this was a magical accessory. The main material needed was the poison sac of the rank 7 poisonous giant frog king. Ron was a little surprised when the poison sphere was created. This thing was just an ordinary bracelet, but after putting it on, a green sphere gently rotated around his wrist, looking incomparably strange. This is the poison sphere? Ron was a little stunned. How does it work? Summon a bone spur and let's see, Homelin said with a smile. A small bone spur appeared in Ron's palm. He gently grasped it, and the small bone spur turned green. According to Homelin's instructions, he lightly drew a line on the ground. A puff of white smoke rose into the air, accompanied by a strong pungent smell. Ron couldn't help but furrow his brows. At this moment, Ron discovered to his surprise that the ground where the bone spur had drawn across had deep traces of corrosion. Ron was astonished. It can't be, it's actually so miraculous? He blinked his eyes, asking in confusion, Grandpa Homelin, isn't this the same as the poisoned bone dagger? It's not the same. Homelin waved his hand. The poisoned bone dagger is only a necromancy spell. It has its limitations, such as its range. However, this poison sphere can automatically add poison to all your non-summoning necromancy spells. Your strength has imperceptibly increased by a large step. Ron was overjoyed. That means my strength has increased again? Homelin smiled. You can say that. At this moment, Homelin's expression suddenly changed. He furrowed his brows and slowly raised his head, looking into the distance. At this moment there was a slight tremor from the ground. Grandpa Homelin, what's the matter? What happened? Ron's heart flashed with a trace of unease. He immediately stood up and asked. Homelin raised his finger slightly, his eyes shining. There seems to be 2 extremely powerful forces fighting over there, but the distance is too far, I can't be sure. Ron was astonished. Extremely powerful forces? Could it be a powerhouse from the sacred domain? Homelin nodded. It's highly possible. However, the distance is too far, I can't be sure. At this moment, the tremor from the ground was getting stronger and stronger, to the point where it could be felt standing. Not good. Homeland's expression changed. The disaster brought about by this force is coming. Disaster? Ron quickly walked out of the tent. At this moment, he saw a volcano erupting in the distance, letting out an earth-shattering sound. Immediately after, a pillar of fire shot directly into the sky. The monstrous flames continued to spurt outwards. At the same time, a large amount of smoke and dust from the volcanic eruption quickly spread out, covering the entire sky. The burning flames carried rocks, constantly smashing downwards. Mountains were collapsing, the ground was cracking, trees were burning, and large amounts of magma rushed down from the hillside along with scalding hot soil. Chapter 201. Such a huge commotion naturally couldn't be hidden from the others. Before Ron could notify them one by one, the Balarax Academy's team rushed out of their tents to see what was going on. 56 Book Vault. Search when Q coins, Shea asked. What's wrong? What's going on? Kadena said. Could it be an earthquake? No, it's a volcanic eruption, Angel said as she looked at the scene of flames in the distance. The Balarax Academy's team chattered. That's right, Ron said in a deep voice. Everyone, quickly pack up and get ready to leave. According to my estimates, the lava will reach here soon. Earthquake? Lava? Oh my God! When everyone heard this, they all rushed to their tents and hurriedly packed up their things, especially the girls who were still wearing sexy pajamas. They had to change into battle gear immediately. Ron also went back to pack up his things. He definitely had to take the legendary staff with him, as well as the accessories he took from the nameless necromancer. Those were all weapons that could increase strength, so he put them all into his portal bag. At this moment, Ron's expression changed. From the crow's eyes, he could see the crimson lava rolling towards them at an extremely fast speed. It seemed like it wasn't far from them. Wherever the lava went, everything was submerged. The tall trees that jutted out were set ablaze, and countless flaming rocks smashed down, splashing water everywhere. Not good, the lava is coming. Let's retreat, Ron shouted. Many girls wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They shouted, My tent isn't ready yet. Don't take anything except your portal bag. Time is of the essence, Ron roared. At this moment, the lava had yet to arrive, but the earthquake had already arrived. The Balarax Academy's team couldn't stand still. Go, or it'll be too late, Ron hurriedly urged. He led everyone away from the original low-lying area and to higher ground. At this moment, the boiling lava just happened to flow past, and the original place was completely submerged. Everything that he hadn't had time to pack up, including his tent, had been reduced to ashes. The boys were fine, but the girls' eyes were full of sadness. The lava came too fast, and they didn't have time to pack up a lot of things, including their favorite tent. For example, Princess Angel's tent looked like a palace from the outside. It was inlaid with lace and gemstones. She found a technician to make it for her, and there was only one such tent in the entire Roland Empire. She sniffled and almost cried. Forget it, Aurora comforted. Isn't it just a tent? Why don't you go back and find someone to make another one? Angel pouted and said, That's easy for you to say. Where am I going to sleep for the next few days? Aurora said, I still have a spare. Why don't we squeeze together? No need. Angel waved her hand. She wasn't used to sleeping in someone else's tent. 56 Library. Searchwind Call Fiorora smiled and didn't argue with her. Where are we going now? Heefles asked. Ron pondered for a moment and said, The most important thing now is to leave this place as soon as possible. They walked along the high ground and left the range of the volcanic eruption. Looking from afar, the entire volcanic eruption had made thousands of holes in the ground. Hot lava was everywhere, and white smoke was rising. The sky was filled with fog. It was the smoke that spread into the sky, and it was commonly known as volcanic ash. From time to time, there would be strong vibrations on the ground. The Ballarak's Academy team walked with great difficulty. Sometimes they almost lost their balance. Sometimes, a big crack would suddenly appear on the ground, and the girls would scream in fear. Around them, many exotic beasts had heard the commotion and fled from various hiding places. Unfortunately, the Ballarak's Academy team didn't have the mood to hunt now. "Be careful, it's very steep here," Ron said as he grabbed the edge of the rock with one hand and stepped on it with the other. The group slowed down and moved forward slowly. At this moment, they didn't say much. They gritted their teeth and moved forward together. However, climbing wasn't a big deal for warriors, but for mages who were physically weak, it was a little difficult, especially since they were all girls. "Come on, we'll be safe as long as we pass this place," Ron encouraged. He looked at the terrain through the eyes of the crow. Angel's heart was in her throat. A spoiled princess like her had never faced such a terrible situation before. For a moment, she regretted following Ron and the others here. It was too late to regret it now. Because she was distracted, Angel was a little dazed. At this moment, she lost her grip and her hand slipped. With a crash, half of her body was suspended in the air. She screamed in fear, "Help!" Ron turned around and looked. Angel's eyes were filled with unprecedented despair. She screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice sounding like she was about to cry. "Ron, save me!" At this moment, Angel was in danger. Beneath her was boiling magma, and if she fell down, there would definitely be no bones left. Furthermore, the Earth's crust was unstable, and there was a possibility of it shaking at any time. Anyone who wanted to save her would have to be worried, and they might even fall down themselves. At this most dangerous time, Angel's only hope was Ron. She reached out a hand of hope to Ron. Ron didn't hesitate at all. "Angel, hang in there. I'm coming down to save you now." As he spoke, Ron slid down and approached Angel. Angel's lifeless eyes lit up. It was a look of gratitude. She didn't expect that Ron would actually disregard their past enmity and risk coming down to save her at this crucial moment. Angel had already warned herself in her heart that if she escaped this calamity, she would never go against Ron in the future. However, Ron did not think about Angel's thoughts. What he thought was very simple. He could not just watch Angel, this flower-like girl, die in front of him like this. "Ron, be careful!" Aurora cried out in alarm, her face filled with worry. "Come, I'll pull you." Ron extended one hand towards Angel. His other hand held a bone spur that was deeply embedded into the rock wall. "Thank you." Angel's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Hey, why are you being so polite? We're all classmates, and we're even in the same dorm," Ron said with a smile. Angel's face turned even redder. Pornographic novel Aurora, Man and I, Rum and the rest of the people from room 302 revealed knowing smiles. At this moment, a violent tremor came from the ground. Ron's expression changed slightly. He felt that the earthquake this time was abnormally intense. Quick, go up," Ron urged as he used all his strength to push Angel's body up. Angel did not dare to delay and climbed up with all her might. Just as she climbed to a safe place, there was a boom, and the volcano erupted again, at the same time causing an even more violent earthquake. Not good. Ron's body trembled as he involuntarily slid down. "Don't." At this moment, Aurora's scream came from beside him. "Ron! Ron!" Everyone shouted with all their might, but it was too late. At this moment, a figure suddenly pounced down and grabbed Ron's arm in a moment of desperation. Ron raised his head in shock, only to see a pretty face filled with concern. It was Shea. At this critical moment, it was Shea who was closest to him who risked her life to save him. "Thank you," Ron sincerely said. When he was good to others, He did not expect others to treat him the same way. But when others were good to him, he would remember it for the rest of his life. Shea's face revealed a trace of a smile. The people on the top of the rock saw that Ron was safe and gently breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Homeland's grandfather's voice came from beside his ear, "Ron, be careful." At this moment, Ron's eyes saw a terrifying scene. A stream of magma was rolling over. His expression finally changed. Shea quickly let go. "The magma is coming," Ron anxiously said. Shea was also shocked, but she gritted her teeth and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want me to let go? I can't do that." Seeing the magma getting closer and closer, Ron roared, "You silly woman, why aren't you letting go? If you let go now, you still have a chance to survive. Do you want us to die here together?" "No, I won't let go." Shea's head shook like a rattledrum. At this moment, the ground shook violently. Ron heard Aurora's anxious voice. He saw that Shea's eyes were full of tears, but she was determined not to let go. At this moment, the ground suddenly split open and a huge crack appeared. Ron and Shea's body both slid into the crack. At this moment, Aurora gritted her teeth and pounced on Ron. "Be careful!" Kadena behind her cried out in alarm. Aurora looked up and saw a huge burning rock smashing towards her. Boom! Kadena shot out an ice bomb and shattered the burning rock that was smashing towards Aurora. However, she was one step too late to save Ron. Ron and Shea's body directly slid down. "Big Sister Shea!" "Ron!" Two voices shouted at the same time. The one in front was Kadena, and the one behind was Aurora. They could only watch as the two of them were swallowed by the ground, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, a burst of hot magma came and separated the two of them. Soon, Shea and Ron disappeared without a trace. The earthquake finally stopped, and the active volcano stopped erupting. Everything returned to calm. Only the hot magma was still flowing. The sky was pitch black, and that was the volcanic smoke that didn't dissipate for a long time. It floated in the air and kept rolling. Aurora knelt on the ground and stared blankly below. For a long time, she didn't see the two of them emerge from below. Her eyes gradually became disappointed, and then turned gray. The hot magma flowed like a surging river. Everyone stood on the shore, silent. They hadn't recovered from the shock of losing their teammates. Chapter 202. Everyone in the Ballarak's Academy team had sorrowful looks in their eyes. Manny, Angel, Hera, and the others couldn't help but cry. 56 Book Vault. Search for Q coins, please use. Could it be that dying in a foreign place was the final destination of mercenaries? Wait, they might not be dead. Kadena looked at her wrist and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Not dead? Everyone looked up in shock. Aurora wiped away the tears on her face and said in a trembling voice, "Is this news true?" "Kadena, how did you know?" Kadena rolled up her sleeves and revealed a delicate and smooth arm. She pointed to a black band on her wrist and said, "This is a concentric knot. Sister Shea also has one. If Sister Shea is dead, then the concentric knot will also break, including the one on my wrist." Kadena continued, "It hasn't broken yet, which means that Sister Shea isn't dead. She must still be alive. As for Ron," Kadena bit her lip. "He's much stronger than Sister Shea. If they're together and Sister Shea is still alive, he should be fine." Katina spoke tirelessly, her voice crisp and clear, making everyone feel much more at ease. Aurora's eyes were red, but under Manny's persuasion, her mood improved a little. However, the concentric knot was an accessory that only lovers would wear, symbolizing their unswerving love. But at this moment, the concentric knot was worn on Cardina and Shea's hands. Everyone looked at Cardina with a somewhat peculiar gaze, and many girls revealed a mischievous smile on their faces. Kadena was embarrassed. If it weren't for Aurora crying so sadly, she wouldn't have revealed the secret of concentric knots. What do we do now? Kadena asked. She didn't have much of an opinion, and Shea was the one who made the decisions. Since we know they're not dead, I think we should go look for them. Maybe they're nearby, Hefel said in a deep voice. There were 3 knights in the team. Now that the team leader Ron and another knight, Shea, were missing, and the other knight, Mocklin, was disliked by everyone, Hefels had no choice but to take on the responsibility of the team leader. Although some things were not explicitly stated, everyone was well aware of it. Mocklin was silent. Apparently, he had tacitly agreed to this fact. The volcanic eruption stopped, and the magma did not erupt again. The earthquake also weakened a lot. Although there were still some occasional aftershocks, it was much better than the previous earthquake. However, the black smoke did not disperse. It still covered the sky densely. Under the illumination of the dark red sun, it appeared even darker. Hefels led the Balarax team to search the area, but they still couldn't find Ron and Shea. 56 Book Library Search. After a long time, the Balarax team finally got tired and collapsed on the ground. I'm so tired, Hera said, then turned to Hefels. I'm afraid we won't be able to find them even if we search like this for the rest of our lives. Indeed. Hefels nodded in agreement. The environment here is terrible, and the sky is so dark. It won't be easy to find them. Angel looked up. Are we just going to let them go? Are we going to leave them here? Well. Hefels scratched his head and glanced at everyone. What do you think? Kadena raised the concentric knot on her wrist. I'm sure Sister Shea is not dead, so they must be alive. Aurora made up her mind. I don't care. If I don't find Ron, I won't go back. Although he knew that Shea and Ron were likely to be alive, Hefels felt a headache coming on since they couldn't find them and couldn't go back. Hera thought for a moment and said, We can't just look around like headless flies. Since they're not dead, I think they'll eventually return to a place. A teleportation point. Although Hera didn't say it out loud, everyone understood what she meant. Manny sighed. It seems like this is our only choice. Aurora and Kadena thought that there was no better way, so they nodded in agreement. Shea and Ron were indeed not dead, but they weren't having a good time. Due to the tectonic shift caused by the earthquake, Ron and Shea were swallowed by a large amount of soil. Ron's entire body was sprawled on top of Shea. Both of them were covered in water and mud, and they looked indescribably pathetic. Ron didn't mind being pinned down by a beauty, but Shea's face was flushed red. She said weakly, well, Ron, can you move your hands a little, what? Ron looked down and was shocked. Ron's hands were right on top of her full breasts, but he didn't realize it. The warm and soft touch there made Ron unable to stop. I'm sorry. Ron quickly withdrew his hands from Shea's body, and his face was full of embarrassment. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Shea nodded. She had a good impression of Ron, and she could understand that Ron's actions were unintentional. But at this time, her face was already red to the tips of her ears. When they crawled out of the soil with difficulty, they were already at the peak of a small mountain. Shea, how are you? Ron calmed his embarrassment, wiped the black mud off his face, and asked with concern. I'm not dead yet. Shea frowned. She stood up with difficulty, but at this time, a piercing pain came from her leg, and she immediately sat down again. My leg seems to be broken, ah. Ron looked at Shea's painful expression, and for a moment, he was at a loss. Then what should we do? Shea endured the pain and took off her boot. After a while, she shook her head and said, This injury. There's no way. It's impossible to walk again without 10 days to half a month. She bit her lips. Unless. There's a priest now, priest? Yes, I have a priest. At this time, Ron suddenly came to his senses. He patted his head and said with an embarrassed smile, I was confused by the muddy water. I didn't think of such a method. You mean it? Shea understood, but she didn't know how to call the corpse, so she could only use it instead. Ron smiled and took out the zombie Aryan from the soul ring. He controlled it to heal Shea's injury. After a while, Shea's broken leg was healed. From the outside, there was no trace of injury at all. It's done. Shea stood up happily and jumped a few times like a little girl. She looked at the ashen-faced zombie Aryan with a satisfied look in her eyes. I didn't expect your corpse puppet to be so useful. It's not much different from a priest. It's a priest. Ron smiled embarrassedly. As long as you don't think of it as evil undead magic. Ha ha! Shea smiled disapprovingly. So what if it's evil magic? Isn't it useful now? I think that as long as it's useful to humans, it's good magic, regardless of whether it's good or evil. As long as it's useful to humans, it's good magic. Ron thought carefully about this sentence, and his eyes gradually showed a determined look. Shea, thank you. I understand. Shea smiled. You care too much about other people's opinions. Is the Holy See evil magic just because they say it's undead magic? It's not like they have the final say on this continent. Ron was enlightened by Shea's words, and he was in a good mood. Previously, he had been troubled and self-abased by the fact that the undead magic he practiced was evil magic. At this moment, Shea said, "What do we do now? Where did they go? It seems that we've been separated from them." I don't know. Ron shook his head. I think they're very far away, but I can try to find them. Ron was about to release the crows when Shea stopped him. You're too slow. Let me do it. Speaking of pornographic novels. After that, she chanted a spell, and in a short while, a beautiful silver-winged Pegasus appeared in front of Ron. Shea mounted it like a valiant female knight. She was indescribably heroic, and her face was brimming with confidence. She smiled and extended a finger to Ron, beckoning him. Ron, come up here. You said, come up? Ron was stunned. The two of us are sharing a Pegasus? Of course. I only have one silver-winged Pegasus. Am I going to leave you here alone? Shea said with a glare. All right. Ron was perturbed. He hesitated for a moment, but still mounted the silver-winged Pegasus. Half of Ron's body climbed up. Unfortunately, he climbed up from the back of the silver-winged Pegasus. At that moment, the silver-winged Pegasus twisted uneasily, its wings flapping non-stop, raising a large cloud of dust. This horse is disobedient. Ron was so scared that his face turned pale. He fell down from the silver-winged Pegasus. Ouch! Ron rubbed his aching butt. Shea was convulsing with laughter. Ron climbed up from the ground with a bitter face, looking at Shea in confusion. Ron, you've never ridden a horse before? Shea asked with a smile. I've never ridden one before. Ron answered honestly. No wonder. Shea giggled. Don't you know that you can't touch a horse's but as you wish? Ron was speechless. After a long while, he said, Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you knew. Shea pretended to have an innocent expression, but then he laughed even more happily. Under Shea's guidance, Ron finally understood that he couldn't get on the horse from the back. This time, he controlled his balance and sat in front of Shea. Shea was a female knight with a hot figure. She was a head taller than Ron. Ron sat in front of her like a child. Shea reached out to grab the reins and hugged him. Are you seated? I'm going to fly. Looking at the nervous Ron, Shea held back her laughter. Hearing this, Ron immediately grabbed the reins. At this moment, the silver-winged Pegasus raised its hooves and flapped its wings, accelerating forward. Chapter 203. In the sky, smoke and dust from the volcanic eruption filled the air. Even riding a silver-winged Pegasus, the view wasn't that good. 56 books. Library search, please use. Ron gripped the horses back tightly. He was a little nervous since it was his first time riding a horse. Shea looked at him and wanted to laugh. In her mind, this powerful little man also had such a cute side. But Shea soon stopped laughing. Ron was sitting in front of her, his back pressed against her chest. Ron's two soft mounds just happened to be pressed against his back. She had to grip the reins tightly and couldn't free her hands. She could only watch as Ron took advantage of her. Shea was embarrassed. Her face turned red all the way to her ears. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have let Ron sit in front of her. Looking at the nervous little man in front of her, Shea gnashed her teeth. This stinking brat, how dare you take advantage of this lady? I'll teach you a lesson later. However, although Shea thought about it, he didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, everyone would be embarrassed. Ron, who was still nervous, didn't think about it from this aspect. His heart was now beating non-stop. Thump, thump, the silver-winged Pegasus flapped its wings non-stop, shuttling through the dark sky, looking for traces of the Ballarac's Academy team. At the same time, the two's bodies kept bumping into each other, sparks flying between their young hearts. After a long time, Ron finally noticed something strange on his back. He blushed and leaned forward a little. At the same time, he said, "I'm sorry. Be good and sit still. Don't move." Shea wasn't happy. She said with conviction, "We're in the sky now. If you move, you'll fall." Ron replied and moved closer to Shea. Shea was almost angered to death. At that moment, a cold aura locked onto the two in the sky. Ron, who had a keen sense of touch, was the first to notice it. A huge figure flew towards the two, bringing with it a gust of wind. "Careful!" Ron cried out. At that moment, the terrifying figure had already reached them. Bone shield. Defensive stance. The two reacted quickly and immediately released their defensive measures. Ron summoned a huge white bone shield, while Shea raised her knight's shield to meet the attack. Boom! A powerful force struck and shattered Ron's bone shield. Shea's shield was also sent flying. The huge impact caused the two of them and the horse to fall down like a kite with its string cut. At that moment, Ron finally saw the attacking figure. Level 10 beast, Dacula. It had the body of a lion, long horns like a bull, 4 powerful claws, and 2 huge black wings. This was a level 10 beast, and also the target of this black crystal mission, Dakura. Geniuses only need 3 seconds to memorize 56 books. If it were the War Bear or other large mercenary groups, they would definitely be overjoyed to see this beast. But to Ron, Dacula's arrival represented the arrival of death. Ugh! 2 people and 1 horse fell to the ground like a meteor. Ron grabbed Shea and rolled a few times to reduce the momentum of the fall. The silver-winged Pegasus was heavily injured and could no longer get up. At that moment, Ron felt as if he had walked a circle between life and death. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. "Are you all right?" Ron asked as he reached out to support Shea. Shea said anxiously, "My horse. My horse." At this time, Shea was burning with anxiety. As a knight, without a horse, her strength would be greatly reduced. "I'll go save it now," Ron said through gritted teeth. At that moment, a huge bull's roar came from the sky. Dacula flapped its huge wings and swooped down from the sky. The huge figure landed on the ground, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Dakura howled wildly and picked up Shea's silver-winged Pegasus, tore it into 2 halves, and swallowed it while it cried out in grief. Shea was stunned. Looking at the corpse of the silver-winged Pegasus, tears fell from her eyes. Ron was also stunned, but he quickly recovered and pulled Shea. "Shea, let's go. We are no match for it." "No. I won't go." Shea's eyes were about to spit fire. She screamed, "I want to avenge it, no!" Ron reached out to stop her, but Shea had already rushed out. Surrounded by flames, Shea's eyes were wide open. She raised her one-handed knight's sword and pushed her combat aura to the limit. Shea had already thrown caution to the wind. She watched helplessly as her beloved silver-winged Pegasus was eaten by Dakura. She was so angry that she lost her head. Facing a powerful level 10 beast, she was determined to fight with her life on the line, and Ron was too late to stop her. Die. Sword of Flames. A lithe figure turned into a streak of light and pounced straight at the rank 10 beast Dacula. Dacula was eating with its head lowered, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Perhaps it had a certain degree of confidence that such a weak existence would not find trouble with it. Boom! Unexpectedly, Shea's sword of flames easily cut into Dacula's body. A ghastly wound appeared on its face, and its flesh was torn apart. Coupled with the burning of the flames, Dacula cried out in pain. This attack had used up all of Shea's strength, and she felt exhausted. At this moment, Dacula came to its senses and stared at Shea with its blood-red eyes. For a moment, Shea's heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. Only then did she wake up from her anger. What kind of existence had she provoked? A rank 10 beast was undoubtedly an insurmountable existence for Shea, who was only rank 6. Roar! Dakura howled and opened its big mouth, spitting out a terrifying pillar of fire with blazing heat toward Shea. Shea! Ron sensed danger and shouted. However, Shea's expression was completely blank. Her mouth was wide open and she was motionless, as if she was frightened. The flames descended, and her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Damn it! Ron growled, and his body turned into a mass of black mist. In an instant, he appeared beside Shea. The black mist rolled up, and Shea's entire body was swept up, instantly flying far away. Roar! Dacula was infuriated when it saw its enemy being rescued. It spread its wings and chased after Ron. Dacula's body was huge, and the airflow it created when it flew blew the surrounding trees. It was so fast that it caught up with Ron in an instant. At this moment, a few tiny specks of light appeared on the ground below. Dakura instinctively sensed danger. While he was stunned, the colorful specks of light grew larger and larger. Magic bullets. Almost 100 magic bullets rose into the air, and their target was the rank 10 beast, Dacula. Boom! 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 Gorgeous magic bullets exploded in the air. Caught off guard, Dacula's flesh was torn apart by the magic bullets. The ones who released the spell were the skeleton mages that Ron had summoned. These skeleton mages held long staffs in their hands, and without chanting, they directly condensed various elements and released magic bullets one after another, bombarding Dakura in the air. Due to the legendary effect of the Staff of Dark Water, the skeleton mage's magic attacks were much stronger than before. The injured Dakura was still enraged. It pounced, and its huge body instantly fell from the sky. With a roar, the skeleton mages were torn apart by the terrifying giant beast before they could release a second wave of magic attack. Even the skeleton brave, which was known for its defensive power, was no exception. When all the skeletons turned into black smoke and disappeared, Dacula searched everywhere, but there was no trace of Ron. At this moment it realized that it had been tricked. Its front claws paused, and it let out a furious roar. Woo! 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 On a small hillside, Ron put Shea down. As soon as she sat on the ground, she covered her eyes and cried. She cried very sadly. Although the silver-winged Pegasus was an exotic beast, it had been with her for more than 3 years after signing the contract. How could she not be sad when it was suddenly eaten by Dacula? Ron squatted by the side and waited silently. He understood how Shea was feeling. He knew that Shea needed to cry to vent her feelings. Other than that, he had no other choice. Although his strength had increased by a lot, it was still not enough to go against the level 10 exotic beast Dacula. Don't cry. Ron saw that Shea was crying sadly and couldn't help but say. He walked over and comforted her gently. Wah! Shea cried even louder. She was like a child who had lost her favorite toy, snot and tears running down her face. Ron sat beside Shea, flustered. He didn't know how to comfort a girl. At this moment, Shea threw herself into his arms and sobbed, her shoulders trembling slightly. Shea. Ugh. Ron was stunned by the soft and fragrant body in his arms. A young girl's fragrance seeped into his nostrils. Ron had no choice but to pat Shea's shoulder and comfort her gently. Don't cry. The Pegasus is already dead. It's already good enough that we managed to escape with our lives from Dacula. Shea was still crying. Her head kept moving in his arms like a child who had been wronged. Ron didn't know how to comfort her. At this moment, he had an idea and said softly, "How about this, Shea? I promise to help you find a good mount. Will that do?" Hearing this, Shea stopped crying and lifted her teary eyes from his arms. Really? Really? I'm a puppy if I lie to you. Seeing that Shea had calmed down, Ron smiled and said, "You're the puppy." Shea finally smiled through her tears and pushed him away. At the same time, she gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. The corners of her eyes were still red and swollen. Her forced smile was still laced with tears. Ron's heart skipped a beat when he saw her tear-stained face. At this moment, Shea had shed her strong career woman and looked so lovely and moving. Ron had the urge to pull her into his arms. Shea playfully blinked her eyes. "Ron, you said that you'll find me a mount. You weren't just saying that to comfort me, right?" How could he lose face in front of a beauty? Ron patted his chest and said heroically, "I'll keep my word." "Okay." Shea laughed. "Then I want a flying mount." Chapter 204. Flying mounts were mount-type exotic beasts that could fly. Shea's silver-winged Pegasus belonged to this category. Search 56 books. Back then, Shea had put in a lot of effort for this silver-winged Pegasus. When she first saw it, she was captivated. A snow-white body, a pair of beautiful silver wings. This was the best and most beautiful mount in her heart. Shea made up her mind and threw in all her money, wanting to buy it at all costs. Pornographic novels. However, during the transaction, the seller took advantage of her low price and refused to sell it. Shea was so anxious that she cried on the spot. However, she wasn't angry at all. The next day, she went to the seller again and pestered him, but the seller still wouldn't budge. Shea didn't give up and kept pestering him for 7 days. After 7 days, the seller finally couldn't take it anymore. At the same time, he was moved by Shea's sincerity and sold it to her at a price lower than the market price. Over the past 3 years, the silver-winged Pegasus had accompanied Shea through life and death many times, escaping from exotic beasts and enemies. Although the silver-winged Pegasus' attack power wasn't as strong as Hefels's long-fanged tiger, its speed and flying ability were incomparable. Generally speaking, a flying mount of the same level was 30% more expensive than a mount that couldn't fly. It was no wonder Shea cried so sadly. After losing the silver-winged Pegasus, not only did her strength as a rider drop, she also lost the ability to fly. She couldn't accept it immediately. The silver-winged Pegasus was a rare item now. It wasn't sold on the market at all. Even if it was, the price was sky-high. Shea couldn't afford it at all. At this moment, Ron looked at the sky and furrowed his brows. "It looks like it's getting dark. We have to find a place to set up camp immediately." Shea nodded. After a while, Ron and Shea finally found a place to set up camp. It was against the wind and the water, dark but not humid. A small stream flowed quietly by the side, rolling happily. Due to the volcano, there were hot springs of various sizes here, emitting milky white steam that floated into the air. There was soft grass by the stream. This was simply the best natural place to set up camp. Ron found some hay and spread it on the ground. He then took out a tent from his spatial bag. Soon, a small hill-like thing was erected by the stream. Shea rummaged in his space bag a few times, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Then, his face turned bitter. "What's wrong?" Ron asked. "I don't have a tent." Shea sighed. "It was washed away by the magma when the volcano erupted." Ron was taken aback. He thought for a moment and asked, "Don't you have a spare?" 56 Book Vault. Search when call fee, I see. Ron thought for a while. "Then you can sleep in my tent tonight." Shea was surprised. Then where will you sleep?" Ron smiled. "I'll sleep outside." Shea said embarrassedly, "How can that be?" Ron waved his hand magnanimously. "It's fine. I'm used to wandering outside. Besides, you're a girl. It's my duty to take care of you." "All right." Shea didn't stand on ceremony with Ron. Ron nodded. "You're tired today. Take a rest first. I'll go hunting. Be careful." With that, he turned and left. Ron was no stranger to hunting. His life in the dark forest had honed his ability to survive in the wild. As long as he was in a place with exotic beasts, he wouldn't starve to death. He went out for a walk. Using the crow's eyes and small bone arrows, he quickly hunted a few pheasants and hares. He didn't see any exotic beasts. He was afraid that Shea was in danger. After he had enough food, he decisively returned to the camp. As soon as he stepped into the camp, Ron had a bad feeling. He saw that the camp was empty. Where was Shea? Was there an enemy? Ron's heart suddenly tightened. He looked around, looking for traces of the enemy. At the same time, he took out the orange legendary staff from his spatial bag and became alert. There didn't seem to be any traces of fighting here, nor were there any signs of an attack from exotic beasts. Ron was suspicious. Then, where did Shea go? He looked around for traces of Shea. Gently turning around a small bush, a white mist covered his line of sight. It was the mouth of a hot spring. Amidst the rising mist, a light and cheerful singing was heard. In the middle of the mouth of the hot spring, a hazy snow-white figure appeared. Ron saw a delicate snow-white body. Her towering breasts, snow-white skin, and slender thighs were faintly discernible in the rising mist of the hot spring. In an instant, Ron's heart suddenly stopped beating. He held his breath, afraid that he would disturb the bathing goddess. At this time, a cracking sound was heard. Ron accidentally stepped on a branch and broke it. The owner of the beautiful body was startled. Her wet body turned around. When she saw Ron, she opened her mouth wide in surprise. Her mouth was big enough to fit an egg. "Ron, the person bathing right now was precisely Shea. Because she and Ron were buried in the ground during the earthquake, they were covered in mud. She happened to see the mouth of the hot spring beside the volcano. Girls naturally loved cleanliness, so she took off her clothes and went into the water. However, Shea made a mistake. She forgot to tell Ron. It wasn't me." Ron panicked. He covered his eyes with one hand and waved his other hand. "Ugh, no. I didn't see anything." Shea's face turned red. Shock, shame, humiliation, all kinds of negative emotions gnawed at her heart. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The body that she had treasured for so many years was actually seen naked by a man several years younger than her. How could Shea accept this? Tears instantly flowed out of her eyes. "Ugh. I'm sorry. I thought something happened to you. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave now." Ron was so nervous that he couldn't speak properly. He couldn't care about anything else and was completely naked. "Ron, you bastard, you big bastard!" Shea's shameful and angry roar could be heard from afar. Sigh, why didn't I think of this? Girls love to be beautiful. Shea isn't at the campsite. She must have gone to take a bath. Ron hit his head in annoyance. It's over, it's over. This time I must have thoroughly offended Shea. Thinking of Shea's expression that was so angry that he wanted to kill people, Ron shuddered. After a while, Shea finally returned to the campsite slowly. Ron was sitting beside the fire. He had already started the fire and was roasting the pheasant that he had hunted. The pheasant was already 90% cooked. The fat and tender skin oozed out and dripped onto the fire drop by drop. Ron secretly raised his head and observed Shea's expression. He saw that her pretty face was frosty. She didn't say a word and didn't have any expression on her face. She didn't even look at Ron. Ron immediately lowered his head and complained in his heart. It's over, it's over. She must be angry with me. I've seen her body. I don't know how she will deal with me. Will she scold me? Is this considered good? Or will she directly beat me half to death? Forget it. If Shea really wants it, then let her vent. I won't retaliate. Ron's thoughts were running wild. At this time, Shea came back. She was wearing a long bathrobe and her hair was still wet. She sat down beside him and brushed her hair away from her forehead. Then she stretched out her hand and shouted at him, "Give it to me!" Shea wanted the roast chicken in Ron's hand. Her tone was like an unquestionable order. Ron was feeling guilty and didn't dare to be negligent. He awkwardly handed over the roast chicken in his hand. Shea took it. Without saying a word of thanks, she opened her small cherry mouth and bit into it. She seemed to be venting her anger as she bit down fiercely. That expression made it seem like she was biting Ron's flesh. Ron's heart trembled as he watched. Shea finished the roast chicken in a few bites. She glared at Ron, who was secretly looking at her expression, and shouted, "Give it to me!" Ron immediately handed over the roast rabbit in his hand. Shea seemed to have a good appetite today. She ate 2 roast chickens and 1 roast rabbit. Only then did she clap her hands in satisfaction. At this time, Ron finally mustered up his courage and said in a low voice, "Shea, just now. I didn't mean to. When I came back, I didn't see you. I thought something had happened to you. I'm sorry." Ron spoke intermittently, but the general meaning was clearly expressed. He also apologized to Shea. But Shea's reaction was very strange. She acted as if she didn't hear anything. She stood up and directly left, ignoring Ron's words. She came to Ron's tent, opened the door and went in, leaving Ron alone outside. Ron had thought of 1,000 ways to deal with it, but they were all useless. Looking at Shea's back, he could only helplessly smile. No matter what, he was in the wrong first. Even if he was young, he understood that a girl's most precious body is not for others to see. Shea ignored Ron, and Ron didn't dare to disturb Shea. The two of them were silent, as if nothing had happened. Ron's husband, the monk, was puzzled. Ron was dumbfounded and stood there. It didn't seem like Shea was angry, but it seemed impossible that she wasn't angry. Shea didn't say anything, and Ron didn't understand what she meant. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Sigh. Night soon fell, and a blue full moon hung in the sky. There were no stars in this foreign plain world, and everything seemed so peaceful. A gust of wind blew, and Ron couldn't help but shiver. He tightened his clothes and gently exhaled. It had been a long time since he tried to stay alone in the wild. Ron thought for a moment, and took out another set of clothes from the space bag, and put it on. A burst of warmth came from the thick clothes, and Ron only felt that his nostrils were itchy. Achoo! The sound was especially loud in the night. After a while, Ron's tent opened, and Shea's cold and beautiful face appeared. She said expressionlessly, "Come in." Ron was shocked. How can this be? It's cold outside, so 2 people can squeeze. Shea still had that emotionless face. Seeing that Ron was still hesitating, Shea became impatient. She glared at him. "I told you to come in, so come in. Don't talk so much nonsense. You didn't look so timid when you saw my body today." Hearing her mention this, Ron's face turned red, and he couldn't say anything. "Get in here," Shea shouted. Chapter 205. Seeing Ron come in, Shea fiercely glared at him, ignored him, and directly lay down with her back facing Ron. Search 56 books. Library. Ron was embarrassed. He could only take off his clothes and lie down beside Shea. The soft hay, the warm tent, he had to say, this was much more comfortable than outside. Shea was only wearing thin pajamas, revealing her curvaceous body. Ron lay beside Shea. Suddenly, he had an idea. At this time, he was leaning against Shea's plump and mature body. His face was flushed red, and his heart became irritable. He tossed and turned, but couldn't fall asleep. Ron. In the dark, Shea said, I'm a little cold. Ron immediately got up and reached for the space bag. I seem to have a quilt. Wait. I don't want your quilt. Shea, with her back facing Ron, said in a cold voice without a trace of emotion, as if she was ordering him. Then, she softened her tone. Hug me. I won't be cold if you hug me. Ron couldn't refuse. His trembling hand reached out to Shea's body. Shea's pajamas were very thin, and he could touch her hot skin. At the same time, he felt Shea's body was also trembling. Ron's abdomen was filled with an unknown evil fire. Suddenly, he let out a beast-like roar, and that roar was full of naked desire. Not knowing where he got the strength, Ron turned Shea over and pressed on her body, desperately kissing her. Shea was a little panicked at first, but then, her eyes softened, and her body gradually relaxed. Ron didn't seem to know what he was doing. His hand had already reached into Shea's clothes, wantonly groping. His trembling hand slid over every inch of Shea's skin. It was as if there was a demonic fire in his body, like a suppressed volcano, constantly struggling to find an outlet to vent. At this time, Shea let out a delicate moan. Her body was as straight as a prawn, and her voice was filled with a trace of seductive pleasure. Ron moved instinctively like a beast. Shea was pressed under Ron's body. Her eyes were like silk and her breath was like orchids. Her trembling hand reached up and hugged the little boy lying on her body, and from time to time, let out a faint moan. In the quiet night, the sky was blue, and from time to time, one or two strange beasts' roars could be heard. In the small tent by the stream, it was gently shaking. Early the next morning, a ray of blood-colored sunlight penetrated the tent. Ron opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to touch the side, but he touched nothing. Shea. He was shocked and immediately sat up. There was no sign of Shea in the tent, only the place where she had slept last night. There was still a trace of warmth left, which meant that she had just left. Search 56 books. Library. Where did she go? Ron had a question mark in his heart. At this time, he lowered his head and was clearly stunned. He saw a striking patch of red, which made his heart beat wildly. This is... Could it be that I really did that with Shea last night? Ron had a vague impression of what had happened last night. At that time, he seemed to have lost his mind and desperately asked Shea for more. In the end, he lay on the ground exhausted, too lazy to even move a finger, and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the patch of red left in the tent, Ron felt ashamed. He was no longer a child who didn't know anything. Under the influence of his second brother, who was an expert at picking up girls and the best bad friend, he had learned many things. Naturally, he knew what this was. Ron's heart was filled with self-blame. He felt that he had let down Shea and Aurora. This was also Ron's first time. At this time, the tent was suddenly pulled open by someone, and Shea's beautiful face peeked out from outside. Seeing him, she was obviously stunned, and then a smile appeared on her face. You woke up! And Ron lowered his head and answered weakly. Looking at the place where Ron's hand was touching, Shea's face turned red like a ripe apple. Sorry. Suddenly, Ron said stutteringly. A trace of melancholy rose in Shea's heart. She forced a smile and said, Sorry for what? I did this to you last night, and I feel sorry for you, And also sorry for Aurora. Ron's face was red. He gathered his courage and looked into Shea's clear eyes. I will take responsibility. A trace of disappointment flashed across Shea's face. She forced a smile and said, Responsibility? What responsibility do you have to me? Ron thought for a while, secretly gritted his teeth and said, I will marry you. Shea's heart sank. She felt bitter in her heart, but there was an even brighter smile on her face. Ron said that he would take responsibility for her, but it didn't make her happy. On the contrary, Shea felt a trace of heaviness. She wanted to stand up and question Ron loudly. Don't tell me you want to take responsibility because you did it with me last night? Don't tell me you never loved me? If you don't love me, what's the point of marrying me? Unconsciously, Shea felt that she had indeed fallen in love with Ron. She could deceive others about this, but she couldn't deceive herself. Because of this, she had given herself to him last night in a fit of passion. But Shea's sincerity couldn't exchange for Ron's love. She could see that when Ron said those words, his heart was filled with guilt. This was not what Shea wanted. Shea didn't care about this kind of marriage. What she wanted was Ron's love. In fact, Shea's heart had already fallen deeply in love with Ron. This point she didn't fully understand until last night. Ha! Shea pretended to be relaxed and laughed. When did I say I want to marry you? Ron suddenly raised his head and looked at Shea in astonishment. Last night. You mean what happened last night? Shea bit her lips and pretended to be casual. Last night I was the one who was horny. I let you vent. We both took what we needed. It's not like we owe each other anything. You don't have to take it to heart. Ron lowered his head and pointed at the pool of blood in the tent. What this and that. Shea's almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. She raised her voice and said, Don't you know that women come for a few days every month? Do you think you're going to take my first time? What a joke. I, Shea, am famous in the Ballarak's Academy. Who knows how many male teachers I've slept with? Do you think you're my first man? And then you're going to take responsibility? Marry me? Let me tell you. There's no need. Let me tell you, I, Shea, would rather marry a pig or a dog than marry you. Shea's voice was close to a roar. Ron was shocked by Shea's words. He just stood there in a daze. Shea was inexplicably angry at Ron. Her face was a little pale. Looking at Ron's guilty expression, she felt a pang of heartache. She sighed and said, Hurry up and pack up. We have to hurry. Today we must find Kadena and the others, Ron nodded. Shea, who was about to go out, turned around and smiled. If you feel bad, help me find a better flying mount. After saying that, she lifted the tent and walked out without looking back, leaving Ron sitting there in a daze. Ron felt dizzy. Last night's matter was resolved just like that? Listening to Shea's words, she was actually such a person? Casually with boys, to be honest, Ron didn't really believe it. He looked down at the bright red spots in the tent. His mind was confused. He couldn't tell the difference between this and that when Shea said this and that. Shea walked out of the tent. Suddenly, she covered her face and dashed forward at lightning speed. Ron, you bastard, you big bastard. I will never forgive you, sob sob sob. Shea ran under a tree and hit and kicked the tree. She was treating the tree as Ron. In the end, she leaned against the big tree and wept bitterly. She didn't know how long she had been crying, and she didn't know when, but Ron quietly stood behind her and looked at her. Ron's heart was very heavy, but he didn't know what to say. Lifting her red and swollen eyes, Shea turned to look at Ron. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. Are you done packing? Okay, let's go. Shea, you. Ron reached out his hand and finally put it down. He said softly, I'm sorry. It's okay. Shea waved her hand, indicating that she was fine. After calming down, Shea suddenly looked at Ron quietly. She took a deep breath and asked, Ron, I want to ask you a question. What question? Ron asked. Have you ever liked me? Shea asked. Her beautiful big eyes looked at Ron as if she could find the answer on Ron's face. Ron couldn't help but be speechless. Even he couldn't help but ask himself, did he really like Shea? Was it because he felt guilty, or did he like Aurora more? Ron lowered his head. Shea quietly looked at him and patiently waited for the final answer. After a long time, Ron finally said, I don't know. But I will take responsibility. Don't know. Shea's tears almost burst out of his eyes. Last night, this guy took my virginity just like that, and now he says he doesn't know? God, this was the best joke Shea had ever heard. The person who was crazy about her last night was actually not sure if he loved her or not. Shea didn't want him to take responsibility. She wanted to hear Ron say those 3 words. Unfortunately, Ron didn't. Could it be that I'm just a tool for you to satisfy your lust? Shea looked at Ron and gradually became disappointed. She fiercely bit her lips and didn't want to show her weak side. Okay, I know. Shea forced a smile. I was just joking. Shea, have so many men around me. Why should I hang myself on a tree like you? By the way, I won't tell Aurora about this matter. You can rest assured. Ron couldn't help but feel relieved. But then he felt doubtful. Was Shea really as bad as she said? He didn't seem to have heard any rumors about her at the Balarax Academy. Shea, you won't be angry, right? Ron nervously asked. Angry? Where? Shea said with a smile. Do I look like I'm angry right now? Last night's matter, don't take it to heart. I don't want this matter to affect our relationship. Ron nodded. After Shea finished speaking, she didn't say a word and turned to leave. At this time, she felt a sharp pain from her abdomen. Chapter 206. Shea and Ron quickly left the valley and continued to search for the Balarax Academy's team. They were burning with anxiety, wondering how Kadena and the others were doing. Search for winning Q coins, 56 books. Please use. The volcanic eruption had yet to end and the sky was still hazy. Even walking on flat ground, there was still fog in front of them. After losing the silver-winged Pegasus, Shea and Ron could only walk. Ron was better off, as he was riding a skeletal warrior, which saved him a lot of energy. Shea, on the other hand, was having a hard time walking. Last night's madness had affected her injuries, and she could only grit her teeth and bear with it. She looked at Ron with resentment. Shea, how about I summon one to be your mount? Ron couldn't help but ask when he saw Shea's pained expression. The skeletal warrior was agile, and the mountain path was like flat ground. Other than the fact that it wasn't very comfortable to ride, it didn't have any shortcomings. Shea glanced at the skeletal warrior and said unhappily, I'm not riding those things. Then forget it. Ron shrugged helplessly. Shea naturally knew that Ron meant well, but she was still sulking and didn't give Ron any face. If we keep searching like this, who knows when we'll be able to find them? Ron said faintly. Shea also sighed. Yeah, this world is so dangerous. I'm really worried about their safety. Ron hesitated for a moment before saying, there's no use worrying. As long as they don't provoke powerful beings, they should be fine. Shea said, I hope so. Roar. At that moment, a loud roar attracted Ron and Shea's attention. Something's happening. The two reacted quickly, immediately taking out their weapons from their spatial pouches and preparing for battle. Is it a beast? Shea asked hesitantly. That's right, Ron said in a low voice. His crow quickly discovered a few beasts in the sky. Do we need to escape? Shea's voice was trembling. The strange beasts of this foreign plane were too terrifying. Not only were there many of them, but they were also very powerful. There's no need for that. Ron frowned. They don't seem to be coming for us. He rolled his eyes. Let's go and take a look. Following the crow's trail, Shea and Ron came to a small hill. The scene in front of them shocked them. Only saw a dozen rank 6 iron-headed gray wolves. They surrounded a small brown bear and kept biting it. The brown bear was already on the verge of death. There was not a piece of intact flesh on its body, and blood was flowing out. Genius can memorize 56 books in 3 seconds. Beside the little brown bear, there was a huge bear corpse. It looked like it had been dead for a long time. The iron-headed gray wolf's target was not the little brown bear, but the brown bear's corpse. However, the little brown bear roared angrily and did its best to chase these corpse-eating fellows away. It seemed like the bear's corpse had a special relationship with the little brown bear. The little brown bear was very strong. It could be seen from the wandering eyes of the iron-headed gray wolves. However, even a strong man couldn't win against so many people. The cunning iron-headed gray wolves used guerrilla tactics to divide the work. They bit here and there, biting the bear's corpse until it was beyond recognition. This made the little brown bear tired and exhausted its stamina. The iron-headed gray wolves kept circling around the little brown bear, waiting for the moment it exhausted its stamina. Then, they would all swarm up and try to swallow the little brown bear in one bite. Shea's eyes widened. This is a strange beast, the Great Earth Bear. The Great Earth Bear was an Earth-attributed strange beast. It had super strong defense and attack power. It was an extremely strong existence among strange beasts of the same rank. Even some mercenary groups would have to take a detour if they encountered the Great Earth Bear. These strange beasts are fighting because of the bear corpse. This bear corpse should be the Great Earth Bear as well. Ron said, that bear cub should be its son. And Shea nodded. Don't underestimate this little guy just because it's a cub. Its strength has already reached rank 8. If it matures, it will directly enter the sacred domain. A strange beast from the sacred domain. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The Great Earth Bear cub wasn't much bigger than the iron-headed gray wolves, but it was very strong. The cub howled and stretched out its little paw, sending the iron-headed gray wolf flying. The iron-headed gray wolf fell heavily on the ground, rolled, and got up again. These rank 6 strange beasts' bodies were very tough. Seeing the situation of the battle, Ron frowned. But I think this rank 8 strange beast won't be able to hold on for much longer. Shea felt the same. The iron-headed gray wolves were very cunning. That Great Earth Bear cub didn't have much strength left to retaliate. At this moment, Shea and Ron could clearly see that the Great Earth Bear cub was already exhausted. Otherwise, with its strength, it wouldn't have been unable to kill an iron-headed gray wolf with a single slap. It would have at least been seriously injured. The world of strange beasts was much more bloody and cruel than the world of humans. The law of the jungle could be seen everywhere. This battle in this other plane was only a small interlude. Ron couldn't help but say, I wonder how that adult Great Earth Bear died. Otherwise, how would those iron-headed gray wolves dare to provoke it? Only other strange beasts from the sacred domain can kill a strange beast from the sacred domain. Shea said in a low voice, I wonder what kind of strange beast from the sacred domain could kill this Great Earth Bear, which is known for its defense. At this moment, Shea's gaze focused. No, this Great Earth Bear isn't a strange beast. Right. At this moment, Ron also noticed that this Great Earth Bear's eyes were clear, and didn't look like a strange beast at all. It's a magical beast. Magical beast. Shea murmured, why would a magical beast appear in this other plane? Could it be that they're here to hunt? At this moment, the Great Earth Bear cub's physical strength finally reached its limit. It was so tired that it couldn't run anymore. It sat down like a child, and as if it had accepted its fate, it let out a mournful howl. At this moment, the iron-headed gray wolves knew that it was time. As their leader let out a long howl, the other iron-headed gray wolves rushed forward as if they had heard their leader's command. They madly pounced on the young bear cub and tore it apart. The mournful howl resounded throughout the land. Seeing that this small intelligent creature was about to lose its life, Shea's heartstrings were tugged. She gritted her teeth and said, "No, I have to save it." Since she had determined that this great earth bear was an intelligent magical beast, Shea changed the way she addressed it from it to it. At this moment, Shea pulled out her sword from her portal bag. Fire Do Chi covered her entire body as she rushed out. "Shea!" Ron called out. He had no choice but to follow her. "Get out of my way!" Shea's almond eyes widened. She had already pounced into the pack of iron-headed gray wolves, and the shield in her left hand smashed down. Shield bash! Shea's sudden attack caught the iron-headed gray wolves off guard. They were hit by the shield bash and their bodies bounced back. Shea continuously waved her fire sword and chased away a few iron-headed gray wolves around the young bear cub. The young great earth bear cub was already on the verge of death. He slightly opened his eyes and saw a tall human girl appear beside him. She saved him, and a trace of spirit appeared in his eyes. However, the young great earth bear cub didn't even have the strength to cry out. Its body was densely covered with wounds. When those iron-headed gray wolves saw that it was a human girl who wasn't very strong, they fiercely pounced on her. Shea coldly snorted. She stabbed out with her sword and chopped down on the iron-headed gray wolf's head. However, the tip of the sword slid past the wolf's head and couldn't pierce through. How can this be? Shea was shocked. While she was in a daze, the iron-headed gray wolf counterattacked. It opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit towards Shea. At this time, Ron also made his move. He silently chanted an incantation, and a white bone spear appeared in his hand. He threw it towards the iron-headed gray wolf with all his might. Bang! The iron-headed gray wolf that wanted to bite Shea paused. The bone spear carried a strong sound as it pierced through the air and easily pierced through the iron-headed gray wolf's body. Moreover, it pierced through the hardest part of the iron-headed gray wolf's head. The iron-headed gray wolf's brain burst open and it died on the spot. No way! Shea's eyes were wide open. This guy's strength was really too inconceivable. With the help of the legendary staff, Ron's strength was naturally much stronger than Shea's. At this moment, even if he were to fight against a master-level expert, he might not necessarily lose. There was still a human. The iron-headed gray wolves' hearts trembled. They instinctively felt a trace of danger from Ron's soul power. At this time, the iron-headed gray wolf howled and the dozen or so iron-headed gray wolves began to retreat. "Where do you think you're going?" Ron used the legendary staff and summoned the bone prison. However, it only trapped 5 iron-headed gray wolves. He used the bone spear to kill 2 more, and the remaining 3 broke free from the bone prison. They followed the other iron-headed gray wolves and fled with their tails between their legs. Ron had no choice but to give up. Shea approached the earth bear cub and examined its injuries. She said to Ron, "Can you save it?" Ron hesitated for a moment. "If you save it, it won't hurt us, right?" Shea shook her head. "No, magical beasts are intelligent creatures. It won't hurt us. We just saved it. How could it hurt us?" Ron nodded and took out the zombie Aryan from the soul ring. He used the healing technique, and the earth bear's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The earth bear cub's eyes were filled with disbelief. It crawled up and sniffed the zombie Aryan. Then it looked at Ron with a trace of fear in its eyes. It quickly ran to Shea and lay on Shea's legs, woo-woo, crying non-stop. All right, Shea laughed. "Why are you still crying? Hurry up and transform into a human. You are such a cute little magical beast." The earth bear woo-woo cried a few times. Shea was shocked. "No way, you can't transform into a human? You can't speak?" The earth bear cried a few more times. It sounded like the howl of a strange beast and didn't sound like human language at all. Shea was shocked. "It's amazing. There's actually a magical beast that can't speak." Ron scratched his head. "Can all magical beasts speak?" Chapter 207. Ron shrugged his shoulders. It seems that he really doesn't know how to do it. Are you sure you didn't save a strange beast? The Earth Bear cub roared angrily at Ron, as if it was protesting, meaning that he shouldn't be compared with these lunatics. 56 book. Genius only needs 3 seconds to remember. At this time, Ron suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Could it be that this Earth Bear didn't come from the Noah continent, but grew up in this other dimension? The Earth Bear cub became excited when it heard this and roared a few more times. No way? I guessed it right? Ron looked at this Earth Bear in disbelief. There are magical beasts in this other dimension, how amazing! As he spoke, he reached out his hand to touch the Earth Bear. This Earth Bear was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. When it saw Ron's hand reaching out, it suddenly became vigilant and shrank behind Shea. At the same time, it bared its teeth and growled in a low voice, its eyes full of hostility. Shea saw this and laughed. It seems that it likes me more. Ron shrugged his shoulders helplessly. How boring. I saved it just now. This stinky bear is so ungrateful, hee. Seeing Ron choked, Shea was very happy. Ron, you are a good person. Don't be so calculative with a bear. The Earth Bear cub didn't have any prejudice against Ron. It was because the power of Ron was full of strong evil aura, which made it feel afraid. It even became rude to Ron. Ron stopped his hand, scratched his head and said, "What do we do now?" "Take it away. Now that its mother is dead, I don't feel at ease leaving it here." Shea was referring to the Earth Bear. For some reason, Shea had compassion for this magical beast. She felt that it was a sin to leave this cute Earth Bear cub here. Shea smiled and picked up the Earth Bear cub. She kissed it in her arms and smiled. This Earth Bear cub is so furry and so cute. Bear cub, oh yes, I will call you Bear cub from now on. Bear cub was lying in Shea's arms and looked very comfortable. Then what about it? Ron asked and pointed to the bear corpse. Bear cub, woo. A few times, its voice was full of sadness. Shea faintly sighed. Let's bury it so that its corpse won't be exposed in the wilderness and become food for wolves and beasts. The two of them dug a hole in silence. It was not a simple project to bury an adult Earth Bear that weighed nearly 3,000 kilograms in the ground. Ron summoned a large number of skeleton warriors to help and sped up the process. Search 1Q Coins, 56 Books Library. I couldn't tell that your skeletons were so helpful, Shea said with envy. Necromancers can fight and work at the same time. Necromancers are really a versatile profession, Ron smiled. Why don't you learn necromancy too? I will teach you. I don't want to. Shea waved her hand and smiled. Maybe I will become a jockey at some point in time. Why would I learn necromancy? She glared at Ron. Don't forget what you promised me. I know. Isn't it just a flying mount? Ron said helplessly. There should be suitable flying mounts in this other dimension. If I find one, I will help you get it. The two chatted as they worked. Soon, they finished digging the hole. With the help of a few hundred skeletons, they pushed the 3,000-kilogram monster into the hole and buried it. Shea moved a large stone and made it look like a tombstone. When the two were doing all this, the bear cub did not try to stop them like before. Instead, it looked at them silently, its eyes filled with sadness. Awoo! It kept crying. After everything was done, the two stood solemnly in front of the grave. Shea sighed and said, "Okay, let's go." Ron nodded and rode on the skeletons. Only the bear cub looked reluctant. It walked a few steps and turned back. It only left when Shea urged it. After walking for a long time, they still did not find any trace of Balarax's team. Not only Shea, but even Ron was a little discouraged. Giggle, giggle, giggle. On a green hill, Shea's bell-like laughter came. At this moment, Shea was like a child, chasing and playing with the bear cub. The bear cub seemed to like Shea and kept running around her. "Come, baby. Catch it for me." Shea held a silver plate in her hand and smiled at the bear cub. After that, she swung her hand, and the silver plate flew in a beautiful arc into the distance. "Awoo! Awoo!" the bear cub cried happily and rushed out like an arrow. It brought the silver plate back and put it in Shea's hand. It had to be said that the bear cub's speed was very fast. After eating and drinking, it could not be compared to when it was full of scars. If one didn't look carefully, who would know that this little thing that only knew how to make woo-woo sounds was actually an earth bear with the strength of the 8th rank. Ron was bored to death as he sat on a large green rock, biting a piece of grass in his mouth, and quietly reading a pornographic novel not far away. The bear cub was not interested in him, so Ron was too lazy to join in the fun. He muttered to himself, "This bear is really... I can't tell that it's a high-level magical beast at all. It looks like a dog. Black bear, no wonder bears have such a name. It's so appropriate." The bear cub eagerly brought the silver plate over and put it in Shea's hand. Shea smiled and reached out to touch its head. "Yes, good cub," the bear cub cried happily, its voice full of joy. Shea walked over with a smile and wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead. She smiled at Ron and said, "How is it? Have you rested enough? Let's continue on our way. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ron stood up and patted his clothes. Wait, at this time, his heart suddenly tightened and a feeling of extreme palpitations spread from his head. At this time, his heart was as cold as winter. "Ron, what's wrong?" Shea also noticed that something was wrong with Ron. At this time, Homeland's voice came from the bottom of his heart. "Ron, be careful of the sky." At this time, a huge shadow swept over Ron's head. The shadow was so big that it covered the entire hillside in darkness. Ron suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. At this time, his expression instantly froze. It was a super-huge exotic beast with a powerful and terrifying destructive power. When this power appeared on the beast's body, it made people feel like the end of the world had arrived. Shea's blood froze because she saw the appearance of the huge beast in the sky. It had a strong body, long horns, thick and powerful limbs, and a pair of huge fleshy wings on its back. It was like a lion that could fly. "Dakura!" Shea cried out. "It's not a Dakura." Ron's voice was trembling. "It's a king beast. Super Dakura." The Super Dakura was much larger than the Dakura Ron had seen before. If the Dakura Ron had seen before was a giant beast, then this Dakura Ron had seen before was at the level of a supergiant beast. This huge beast was the king of Dakura and had the strength of the sacred domain. Super Dakura ignored weak creatures like Ron on the ground and flew straight over, stopping on a small hill. It spread its wings and covered half the hill. At the same time, it let out an earth-shattering roar. A strong gust of wind rushed over, almost blowing Ron's body into the air. He couldn't stand steadily and stumbled back a few steps. Shea's situation was the same. "It's a beast from the sacred domain." Ron's teeth were chattering. He could clearly feel the terror of this Super Dakura king beast. Compared to the previous Dakura, there was no comparison at all. Shea was almost unable to open her eyes because of the gust of wind. Her eyes were filled with horror. "This sacred domain beast is too terrifying." Only the bear cub whimpered and gritted its teeth. Its dark eyes were filled with anger. However, the strength of this sacred domain beast was too terrifying. Although bear cub wanted to rush up and tear it apart, it was frightened by its aura and did not dare to move. Ron's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that bear cub's mother, the earth bear, died in the hands of this Super Dakura king beast? Shea's expression was grave as she nodded. "It seems like it. Only this terrifying sacred domain beast can kill the earth bear, which is also a sacred domain beast. But it seems that this fellow is also injured." Shea's eyes were sharp. She saw that the King Dracula beast's body was riddled with scars, and there were several holes in its huge wings. Shea shook her head and touched bear cub's head. She said helplessly, "Bear cub, although I want to avenge you, this sacred domain beast is too powerful." Although Bear cub could not speak human language, it could understand Shea's meaning. It lowered its head and growled a few times before falling silent. The Super Dakura king beast stood on the small mountain peak with its 4 limbs, emitting a monstrous murderous aura. This murderous aura was naturally not directed at Ron, who was only a warrior, but someone else. That person stood high in the sky. His angular face was like a stone carving, and his big bald head was very eye-catching. His face was tense, and traces of murderous aura were transmitted through the air. "It's him." At this time, Ron also recognized this person. This person was the Sacred Domain powerhouse he saw at the Mercenary Union headquarters, Earth Sacred Swordmaster Spec. He was wearing a purple battle robe with a red cloak fluttering in the wind, looking very murderous. Earth Sacred Swordmaster Spec stood proudly in the air, coldly confronting the Super Dakura king beast. Facing such a terrifying beast from the Sacred Domain, there was no fear in his eyes. As expected of a Super Dakura king beast. Even after being seriously injured in the battle with the Sacred Domain beast, the Earth Bear, it still has such strength. Chapter 208. Spec slowly raised his hand and pulled out a dark gold longsword from his dimensional bag. The longsword's shape was rather peculiar, with all kinds of black patterns on its blade. His eyes were burning with a strong desire to fight. 56 books. Library search. Earth Fission was the name of a high-grade weapon with superior attributes. Judging from the radiance on its body, it had already been upgraded to dark gold. The focus of this black crystal mission isn't the Horn of Dakura, but this. The King Dakura beast's horn should sell for at least 20 to 30 black crystal coins. As long as I complete this mission, I'll be able to exchange it for a sacred weapon from the Ark. Greed flashed in Spec's eyes as he looked at the ferocious horn on the King Dakura beast's head. At this moment, his sword drew an arc as he pounced on the King Dakura beast. Spec actually took the initiative to attack this terrifying beast. Strength over 1,000. An earthy yellow light flashed from the tip of the sword and went straight for the King Dakura beast like a shadow. Roar. The King Dakura beast opened its huge mouth and spewed out a black flame. Earth armor. Spec didn't dare to be careless in the face of the King Dakura beast's powerful attack. He activated Earth armor and took the attack head-on. Fighting aura surged and waves of energy rolled. This was not a contest, but a life-and-death struggle. Strange beasts were crazy creatures to begin with, and Spec had decided to throw caution to the wind for the sake of the legendary, holy weapon. At this time, the place where Ron and Shea were standing was out of place. They were in the center of the battlefield at the moment. The battle between the two powerful forces caused a huge commotion, and everywhere there was a doomsday scene like flying sand and stones. "Quick! Let's hide over there. It's too dangerous here," Ron said as he raised a huge bone shield. Ron and Shea hid behind a pile of rocks. Only then did they feel better. Shea also carried Bear Cub in. "No way, why is there a Sacred Domain powerhouse here? And an exotic beast from the Sacred Domain?" Shea asked nervously. At the same time, she was puzzled. "It's only 2 black crystal coins. Why would a Sacred Domain powerhouse care about it?" Ron said. "Maybe there's another reason." The fierce battle between Spec and the King Dakura beast continued. Homelin said, "If the King Dakura beast wasn't injured, that Sacred Domain powerhouse without a domain wouldn't be its match." Homelin's voice was heard by Ron's of the King Dakura beast. Ron nodded. At this time, he could also see that the strength of the King Dracula beast was indeed ferocious. Coupled with the fearless ferocity of the King Dracula beast, the powerhouse called Spec was forced to retreat. At this moment, a commotion attracted Ron's attention. There was a commotion below, and many people were attracted by the powerful force produced here. Search win Q coins, 56 books. At that moment, a roar came from the sky. 2 black figures appeared in Ron's line of sight. He quickly recognized them. They were 2 smaller Dakuras. One of them had fought before. Shea had left a scar on its face. In the end, the 2 managed to escape from his hands. These 2 adult Dakuras each had the strength of a master. The sacred domain powerhouse was in trouble. As expected, after the 2 Dakuras joined the battle, Speck fell into a predicament. They're here too? Ron saw a familiar face among the crowd. It was the war bear who had seen them fight before. The bald leader's iconic head appeared in the crowd. Ron couldn't help but laugh when he saw him. But laughter aside, that guy is still very strong, Ron thought. The battle between the 2 sacred domain powerhouses caused a huge commotion. Mercenaries and adventurers within a 10-mile radius were attracted. Ron desperately tried to find traces of the Balarax Academy's team, but unfortunately, he couldn't find them. The war bear, on the other hand, was chasing after the Dakuras. Looking at the super beast on the mountain peak, the bald leader wiped the cold sweat off his face. A super Dakura king beast. This ferocious aura. Damn it. I'm afraid we've failed this mission, the bald leader cursed. He couldn't help but look disappointed. They had been chasing after the Dakuras for 2 days and 2 nights. In the end, a sacred domain beast appeared. All of his hopes were dashed. It was no wonder he was so angry. The bald leader must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to fight with the king beast. Such a terrifying king beast could kill any professional who wasn't from the sacred domain in an instant. Even a sacred domain powerhouse might not be able to deal with it. At this time, a mercenary said hesitantly, "That seems to be Lord Speck. So what if it's Lord Speck? Do you really think that Lord Speck will defeat these 2 Dakuras and give us their horns?" The bald captain said in annoyance. "Do you really think that Lord Speck will defeat these 2 Dakuras and give us their horns? He can't even deal with that king beast. Besides..." The bald leader looked around. There were more and more mercenaries around, but they didn't dare to move forward. Greed was evident in their eyes. These people weren't stupid. They knew that if they angered the king beast, none of them would be able to escape. "Get out of my way," Speck roared. He might not be able to deal with the Dakuras, but dealing with 2 master-class Dakuras was a piece of cake. Speck swung his sword at the 2 Dakuras with the force of a thunderbolt. Pulsating blast. An earthy yellow light lit up and spread out like a sound wave. Wherever the power of the earth touched, everything was turned into fragments. The 2 Dakuras couldn't dodge in time and were swept by the pulsating blast. They screamed and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Speck was powerful. With just one move, the 2 Dakuras were heavily injured. However, they were already injured, or else things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The Dakuras were cut down by the sacred domain powerhouse, and couldn't get up for a long time. The mercenaries' eyes were originally cowering, but at this time, there was a glimmer of light in their eyes. "Hurry up and snatch it!" Someone among the mercenaries on the ground shouted. For a moment, the surrounding mercenaries were in an uproar. Looking at the heavily injured Dakuras on the ground, the 2 black crystal coins worth tens of thousands of gold seemed to be right in front of their eyes. Greed could drive a man mad, and he could even do things that would make him hot-headed. Many of the 1,000 mercenaries below were master or master rank experts, but when the 2 black crystal coins were in front of them, they suddenly attacked the 2 Dakuras, intending to take advantage of the situation. With one person attacking, countless others followed suit. The 1,000 mercenaries on the ground were in an uproar. White Tiger Mercenary Group, attack! Blue Rose Mercenary Group, attack! Kill this Dakura. Be careful, don't damage its horn, advance for our cause. Radiance Mercenary Group, attack! Sky Blue Mercenary Group, attack! Countless spells flew into the air and bombarded the 2 heavily injured Dakuras. The warriors in the mercenary group had already launched their assault. They had decided to take down the two Dakuras with a thunderous momentum. It was a good wish. If it were any other time, they might actually succeed. Unfortunately, these people had forgotten a terrifying existence. This won't do. The Super Dakura King Beast is still above. If we get too close to it, the mercenaries will be in danger. Seeing this scene, Ron's heart trembled. He wasn't here for the Black Crystal mission in the first place. Under such circumstances, he was more clear-headed than the others. Boom, boom, countless spells, aura, and elemental energies attacked. The two Dakuras howled in agony, their bodies that had just gotten up softly collapsed. Dead, dead. The Dakuras are dead. A mercenary shouted excitedly. Haha, those two black crystal coins are ours. The mercenary groups were in an uproar. Boss, what do we do? The mission of Dakura's horn is about to be completed by someone else. A mercenary nervously asked the bald man from War Bear. Seeing the Dakura's horn fall into the hands of another mercenary group, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Other than the Dakura's horn that could be exchanged for black crystal missions, the essence cores and flesh of rank 10 exotic beasts could also be exchanged for pornographic novels. The bones could be sold for a good price. If that was the case, they would definitely be at a loss if they didn't charge in. No, wait a little longer. The bald man from the Battle Bear mercenary group also had a look of unwillingness in his eyes, but he was calm enough. Disregarding everything else, the two Dakuras were too close to the King Dracula beast. Boss, I know that the King Beast is very dangerous, but isn't there still Lord Speck holding it back? Another mercenary said anxiously, which then turned into endless regret. Sigh, it's too late to make a move now. The bald man's eyes also showed a hint of hesitation, but in the end, he shook his head and said resolutely, No, I can't risk the lives of my brothers. Finally, some of War Bear's men couldn't hold back and shouted, Boss, if you're not going, we're going. Our War Bear's strength isn't inferior to others. There's no reason to watch others get rich while we can't even get a share of the soup. The bald man remained silent. He didn't know how to dissuade those hot-headed mercenaries. Boss, we're going. Let's go. Kill them, and take back the horn of Dakura. Some of the mercenaries said vehemently. After saying that, they ignored the bald man and took out their weapons from their space bags and rushed towards the place where the Dakuras died. Many of them were moved, and after glancing at their leader, they rushed over as well. In an instant, more than half of War Bear's men were gone. Sigh. The bald man shook his head. The Super Dakura King Beast isn't that simple. Greed kills. Greed kills. Before the bald man could finish his sentence, a terrifying roar came from the sky. When the King Beast saw its two sons being slaughtered by the humans on the ground, it was finally enraged. It flapped its two huge wings, and in an instant, a large amount of fire elements rapidly gathered on its body. In the sky, a huge fire vortex appeared. This time, even Ron, who was watching from afar, was shocked. Not good, it's a fire-type forbidden spell. Let's run. Saying that, he didn't speak again. Ignoring Sheya's reaction, he picked her up and quickly flew away. The baby Earth Bear also instinctively sensed the danger and quickly followed. The bald man's expression finally changed. Go. Go quickly. Forget about the Horn of Dakura, our lives are more important. At the edge of the battlefield, the bald man urged with all his might, leading the few remaining War Bear to retreat. The mercenaries on the battlefield were still immersed in the joy of their harvest. For the Horn of Dakura, many of them didn't say a word and directly fought with their lives on the line. Fighting aura and magic were everywhere, and it was a battle of life and death. The deep-rooted bad habits of humans were completely exposed at this moment. Haha! I've got the Horn of Dakura. Those two black crystal coins are mine. A mercenary took the opportunity to cut off a large horn from a Dakura and held it up high as he laughed maniacally. Chapter 209. From the flame vortex in the sky, an extremely terrifying aura rushed out, causing one's heart to palpitate. Search 56 books. Library. A trace of light appeared in the vortex, and a huge rock suddenly fell from the sky, bringing with it a blazing flame aura. Even the sky was set ablaze. At this time, the mercenaries on the ground started to panic. Their eyes were wide open in fright, and they were running around like headless flies. Run! This is the fire element forbidden spell. Heavenly Meteor Fall. Heavenly Meteor Fall was one of the fire element forbidden spells, possessing unparalleled destructive power. Among all the elemental forbidden spells, it could be said to be one of the best. Boom! The huge meteor fell to the ground, letting out a deafening sound. An incomparably powerful wave of flames instantly spread out, and the mercenaries who couldn't dodge in time were burned to ashes. Panic spread, and the mercenaries on the ground scattered like birds, trying to escape the attack range of the forbidden spell, Heavenly Meteor Fall. But it was too late. After the first meteor, the second, third, fourth. Countless meteors fell from the sky, as if it was raining meteors. Each of these meteors had a blazing heat and powerful destructive power. Burning fragments flew everywhere, and the hot fragments could easily penetrate the mercenaries' bodies. These mercenaries howled in grief, helplessly welcoming the baptism from hell. The battlefield had already turned into a sea of fire. This is too terrifying. Ron was stupefied as he looked at everything in front of him, secretly rejoicing. If he had run a little slower, he might have ended up like those mercenaries. Shea's eyes were filled with shock. A strange beast from the sacred domain. This is the strength of a strange beast from the sacred domain. The mercenaries on the ground suffered a devastating blow. In the center of the battlefield, all the mercenaries were reduced to ashes, and in the periphery of the forbidden spell, the surviving mercenaries were all injured. The bald war-bear had a lingering fear in his heart. He had only managed to escape from the terrifying waves of flames by using divine protection, but even so, he was in a very sorry state at this moment, and the armor on his body was burned with holes. War-bear ran quite fast, but it was still too late. The few mercenaries who escaped with him were swept up by a wave of fire and were instantly burned to ashes. War-bear was completely wiped out. Bastard! The bald man's heart was bleeding. He slammed his fist on the ground and looked at Super Dacula with eyes full of anger, but there was also helplessness in his eyes. Book 56. Library genius only needs 3 seconds to memorize. Revenge was simply an unrealistic fantasy. The meteors falling from the sky finally stopped. At this time, the battlefield had become a sea of fire. Cough, cough! On the battlefield, an arrogant figure stood upright. He was the Earth Elemental Sword Saint Spec. Even with his strength as a sacred domain expert, he was still affected. At this moment, he was also seriously injured, and blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, I'm still not a match for this monster. It seems that I was a little too impatient. Spec smiled bitterly. At this time, the powerful Super Dacula opened its huge wings in midair, staring at Spec on the ground with blood-red eyes. At the same time, its killing intent firmly locked onto him. Super Dacula was bathed in blood. Its body was covered in wounds one after another, and some were so deep that bones could be seen. At this time, after a series of battles, its strength was exhausted, but the ferocity of the exotic beasts of the sacred domain did not diminish. Roar! The Super Dacura let out an earth-shattering roar and pounced toward the Earth Sacred Swordmaster Spec. Spec's expression finally changed. Looking at the figure in front of him that was getting bigger and bigger, he could not help but curse in his heart. This motherf asterisk cur is crazy. Exotic beasts were indeed lunatics. That kind of innate ruthlessness that they were born with would frighten any creature that saw them. Even magical beasts of the same level would be wary of a crazed exotic beast. Super Dacula had indeed gone mad. It wanted to avenge its sons. Although its sons, the 10th grade Dacula, weren't killed by Speck, he still had something to do with it. If he hadn't severely injured Dacula, how could the other mercenary groups have gotten their hands on it so easily? Super Dacula had exhausted its magic power in the Meteor's Fall Forbidden Fire spell, but the dignity of a Beast King did not allow it to retreat. It was determined to engage in a melee with the enemy. Unlike Super Dacula, Speck still had a lot of strength left. Strong yellow fighting aura appeared on his body, and he raised the Earth Fission, one-handed sword to meet Super Dacula. Boom! 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 Amidst the sea of flames, the two powerful forces continued to collide, creating loud noises. Facing the Saint Realm expert radiating yellow Do-Chi, the Super Dakura did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Damn it! The more Speck fought, the more alarmed he became. This sacred domain exotic beast was completely crazy and did not care about its life. It did not care about the powerful battle techniques that hit it and just pounced on him. That terrifying strength was something that even a sacred domain powerhouse could not withstand. They are still fighting. Ron composed himself. This sacred domain exotic beast and sacred domain powerhouse are too powerful. Shea nodded. I wonder who will win. It should be that Earth sacred swordsman Speck. Ron hesitated for a moment before saying, that guy still has strength, so he should still be holding back. Shea nodded in agreement with Ron's opinion. Wrong. A voice rang out beside Ron. Homelin had appeared beside him at some point. Grandpa Homelin? Ron was delighted. Why did you come out? Homelin smiled. If I didn't come out, how would I be able to see such an exciting battle? He paused for a moment before continuing, but Ron, your guess is wrong. That sacred domain powerhouse is no match for Super Dacula. He will definitely lose, and the best result is that both sides will be injured. Ron was surprised. Why? Fighting spirit. Homelin smiled. Didn't you see? That sacred domain powerhouse no longer has any intention to fight. Now, he only wants to beat back Dacula and escape. Ron took a look. Wasn't that right? Although Fire Sacred Swordsman Speck looked like he was going all out, he was actually retreating in order to advance. He wanted to escape, but Super Dacula did not give him the chance. It attacked with all its might, making it impossible for Speck to escape. Speck's heart gradually sank. He could not escape even if he wanted to, and the Earth Do-Chi in his body was slowly depleting. Although the Do-Chi played a role on Super Dacula, adding one terrifying wound after another, it did not stop it from attacking. At this time, Speck began to panic. His sword attacks were becoming less and less methodical, which showed that he was panicking to the extreme. Homelin smiled. See, this is the result. There's a saying that goes, when two enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will emerge victorious. In an evenly matched battle, the more afraid one is of death, the more likely he will die, because he has lost the will to fight against the enemy. Ron, you must always remember that only those who persevere to the end will have the last laugh. Ron nodded inwardly. He remembered every word Homelin said. Speck's hair was disheveled, and his breathing became rapid. His consecutive attacks had failed, and he had lost his confidence. Now, he only wanted to escape. Speck roared in his heart. No, no. I can't die. I'm a powerhouse of the sacred domain, the most dazzling genius of the Noah continent. There are still many riches and beauties waiting for me to enjoy. How can I die here? Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Super Dacula saw the opportunity and flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that disrupted Speck's movements. The gust of wind caught him off guard and he lost his balance. Super Dacula's tail swept him and sent him flying. With a boom, Speck's armor of earth finally could not hold on and burst into pieces. Speck spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! Cough! Cough! Speck struggled to get up and looked at Super Dacula with eyes full of hatred. Damn it, if I recover, I'll definitely come back for revenge. He seemed to have forgotten that his strength was far from being a match for Super Dacula. It was only after Super Dacula fought with the earthen bear that he was able to take advantage of the situation. Even if Speck had such a wish, Super Dacula did not intend to give him the chance. It slowly approached, raised its huge claws, and slammed them down on Speck. Speck instinctively wanted to dodge, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body. All of his combat energy had been used up without him realizing it. Without any combat energy, his heavily injured body couldn't even move a finger. No. No. Speck's eyes widened in horror as he watched the huge claws slamming down on the ground. The huge claws slammed into Speck's body, and with a boom, a large cloud of dust rose from the ground. In just one hit, Speck's bones were completely shattered. Anger, unwillingness, resentment, all kinds of emotions appeared on Speck's face. He was full of regret at this moment. This strange beast from the sacred domain was so strong. Why did he provoke it? Even if it was for the holy relic, there was no need to put his life on the line. Roar! The Super Dacula roared and raised its huge claws again. Once, twice, who knew how many times the furious Super Dacula slapped, but when it picked up its claws from the ground, poor Speck had already breathed his last. Roar! Super Dacula spread its wings and roared towards the sky, its voice spreading for 10 miles. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.